nondescript building underneath the ravenous big city somewhere in America. I hope you got your shit pants on. It's time for the Greg J Show. Let's get down. Let's go. Here's Greggy.
This volume is intended to further elucidate my theories of electrical creation, to cover some points lightly touched upon in my previous books. Also to bring forward to date the most recent scientific facts and discoveries tending to show that the universe is a vast electric machine or organism. This is the electrical age of the world of magnetic marvels and electrical wonder. The people of this generation have witnessed the most astounding development of electrical machinery, appliances, and utilities. In every department of effort, human genius has called forth this invisible, mysterious magician, electricity, to work the miracles of omnipotence. And so rapid and marvelous have been the discovery that the human mind stands paralyzed with wonder and amazement and asks, what next? In discovering electricity, man has discovered the working force of deity, the right hand of omnipotence, the word of creative power, and uses it in all fields of human effort, except medicine, which is going to change, with electric cables, electric motors, telephones, phonographs, telescopes, electro-telescopes, wireless telegraphy, and mental telepathy. Oh, yeah. The world is revolutionized. That's where technology is leading us back to the period when we were telepathic, of us humans recovering that lost ability we once had before the Tower of Babel. The old heavens and the old earth have passed away, and behold, all things are new. The new heavens and new earth, as I see it, through scientific facts and analogies, is a perfect electrical machine, a vast electromagnetic organism of marvelous power and perfection. This stupendous mass of matter and force we call the universe is a complete whole, a perfect unity, creating its own light, heat, and life, and bound together by invisible electric ties of measureless power, as swift as lightning and as strong as omnipotence. He likes that word. I'm going to have to look it up. Then I took up the study of electricity as a matter of curiosity and mental stimulus for my leisure hours from the law practice and realty investment. I had an indefinite idea that this mysterious force and the laws governing it might help to solve the riddle of the universe. I always thought that. I studied its application to ordinary machinery and then applied it to the universe as a vast machine. And behold, the universe as a mighty electric machine or organism answered every scientific question and solved every puzzle in the material world as far as I could comprehend them. I applied it to suns and planets, man, and all animals and vegetable organisms. And as electric creations and electric generators, they explained 1,000 mysteries. I found man the most perfect electric organism, woven by electric energy from invisible atom, receiving his physical life, growth, and nutrition, and digesting and assembling its food by an electric process, such as Professor Loeb and Dr. Matthews discovered in 1902. Nearly 20 years after, I soon formulated a theory of electrical creation, which has recently been accepted by some of the ablest scientists. My book, The New Cosmogony, in 1898, and Invisible Light in 1900, and The Cities of the Sun in 1901, my attention was called to this subject about 20 years ago when Professor Henry built the first electric street railway ever built in this country. It was built on East 5th Street in Kansas City, Missouri, the city where I was living, and attracted much attention. It was used for only a short time because the machinery was not sufficiently perfected, and there was too great a waste of power, and the insulation was bad, for it magnetized and stopped the watches in the pockets of the passengers. While pondering over this electric railway and its mysterious force, as I sat in the twilight in the parlor of the old coach house, a servant came in to light the gas. Instead of using a match, he turned on the gas, took a few gliding steps over to the carpet, and lit the gas by a flash of electricity from his finger, produced by touching his finger against the tip of the gas jet. I was surprised and said, "Have you enough fire in your body to light the gas?" He answered, "Yes, sir." I said, "Can you do that again?" "Yes, sir." And he turned on another jet, took a few gliding steps over the carpet, and touched the tip of the jet with his finger. There was a flash, and the gas was lit. I was amazed, for this was a new electric manifestation to me. He said, "You can do it, sir." "Well, I'll see if I can." And I took a few gliding steps over the carpet. He turned on the gas. I touched the jet with the tip of my finger, and a flash of electric fire, an inch long, lit the gas. This I did many times afterwards, and saw a dozen others do the same thing. In fact, the servants seldom used matches in that parlor. The carpet held such a surplus of electricity, most any person could by now, a few gliding steps, increase the electricity of their body so they could light the gas by a touch. Then I began to think the electric fire in man's body, in the clouds, in coal and wood, on the telegraph line, in flint, in cold steel, in everything. Electricity must be light, heat, life, and creative force, and will explain the mysteries of nature. In the hot, dry summer of 1901, when The Cities of the Sun was issued, my publisher called me to one side and said his salesman was going out west. He asked if he took offers to sell your book, which says the sun is not hot, to those old Kansas farmers. Won't they mob him, hang him to the first available tree? I admitted it did look serious on account of the extreme heat then afflicting the West, but told him to have his salesman inform them that if they would go up in a balloon a few thousand feet nearer the sun, they would freeze to death, and that they had an arm that would reach 30,000 feet up into the atmosphere. It would freeze to the elbow in less than 30 minutes. The hottest day ever known, as every 20,000 feet upwards from the Earth, there is a loss of over 100 degrees of heat. I mention this to show how some of these theories may shock the sensibilities of some unscientific thinkers. All scientists declare that the sun is a burning globe and also the material and electric center of the solar system, but I conceived it to be a living world like our Earth, only more prolific in life and power, and the intellectual and spiritual center of our system of worlds. I believe I present to only reasonable scientific hypotheses ever presented in the history of the human race, which shows and explains the unity, oneness, and perfect organism of the universe. It shows that the universe is self-sustaining, harmonious, and eternal, creating its own cosmic light, heat, and life in the magnetic atmosphere of its suns and planets. And so simple that the law of atoms is the law of suns and worlds, with the able assistance of many scientists, electricians, and specialists who have recently accepted and championed these theories. And the progress already made, they bid fair to soon revolutionize scientific thought. The time will come, and is not far distant, when those who believe the sun is hot or a burning globe of fire will be regarded as the devotees of an antiquated superstition. The enlightened world will look upon them as they do now on those who believe in witches, human slavery, and that the earth is flat, and will pity their ignorance as we do those who worship gods of Olympus. But they weren't so crazy. The gods of Olympus were in their face. That's what most people don't understand. Chapter 1. The universe is a vast electric organism. Electricity, next to deity, its marvelous and varied powers and utilities, create a new epoch in scientific thought and discovery. Its study is replete with new and fascinating ideas and scientific theory. It contains the story of the universe, more sublime than an epic, more wonderful than a romance. It organized the machinery of the world and holds the secrets of nature and the mysteries of life in its invisible grasp. Electricity is the right hand of deity, the tongue of the spirit, the word of omnipotent power, the protean cosmic force, and creative machinery of the universe. At the divine fiat, it seized all atoms and space. It shook the ether into nebula, the nebula into world, the worlds into constellations, the constellations into a universe. It shaped the planets and rounded suns and hurled them forth to circle in the course of the singing spheres. It gave form and function to all matter, from the rounded pebble to the stars, from the raindrop to the surging sea, from the chirping cricket to the sporting leviathan, from the helpless infant to the giant man. It is the messenger and executive of creative will to all created things. It is the ambassador of spirit to matter, the autocrat of communication between all faculties of mind and all the functions of physical existence. It is the law of affinity in matter, of selection in atoms, and whispers to the body the intuitions of the spirit, and guides insensate worlds to do the will of creative omnipotence. Electricity is the wonderful medium and agent by which mind acts upon matter and works the miracle of life and growth. This mightiest servant of God and man, thus genie, greater than Aladdin's lamp, impresses all laws upon nature and makes the universe obedient to the will of deity, as man's body is obedient to the dictates of a man's mind. This inscrutable word of power from the source of all power is beginning to supply the human race with an inexhaustible force that will revolutionize the earth and link all nations together as one family. In a millennium of peace and goodwill, human life seems to throb, pulsate, gleam, and glow in this marvelous current of existence, which causes illumination, transportation, telegraphy, photography, surgery, horticulture, agriculture, metallurgy, and manufacture to step forth as master magicians to work the miracles for the comfort and happiness of mankind. Every new discovery, every step of electrical science conquers time destroys distance, diffuses knowledge, dissipates ignorance, encourages friendship, and draws men and nations closer and closer by physical ties and affinities. Where once noisy, ponderous mechanism pounded the rocks to release the metals, electric science, with her unseen but resistless currents, instantly separate the ore and the draught. Soot-begrimed engineer seizes the heavy iron. This is an age of dominant mind, the development of a cycle of invisible forces. The past century was the age of matter. It is said Darwin, Tyndall, Haeckel, and Huxley did a work which had to be done, but their work was limited to chemical and biological demonstrations. It was science, but science of the old school. The discoveries since made in the domain of electricity and mental transmission make their discoveries seem trivial in comparison, and why they don't see it, I do not know. Francis Greason says, the discoveries and inventions of the past 10 years have made child's play of every previously known system of philosophy. The simple but amazing facts disclosed during the past 5 years rendered the dreams, speculations, and guesswork of the past absurd. The little we know in a practical way is more than all the philosophers of the past knew, from Aristotle to Leibniz. I contend that the universe is a vast electric organism, that all light, heat, and vital force is generated by electric energy in the dense magnetic atmosphere of suns and planets, where alone it is needed for animal and vegetable life, and in volcanic pockets or circuits in the outer crust of these bodies caused by electric repulsion, that the universe began in extreme cold, not heat, that the suns are not hot, but are self-luminous, perfected world, and like our Earth, except greater and more prolific in life and power. I also contend it is as reasonable to bury an iron ship in the icebergs of the Arctic seas and expect it to become red hot, as to expect the sun, planets, or any body traveling through space 460 degrees colder than those icebergs to become hot, red hot, or molten. As the astronomers say, the sun is. All light, heat, and vital force and physical life is created by contact of opposite electrical polarity and the magnetic cushion surrounding all suns and planets. The sun furnishes the positive electricity, and the planet or satellite the negative. And from these two spring all the cosmic and material forces of the universe. The electric currents of the sun create inducted magnetic currents on the earth, which evolves all visible substance and life forms. The earth, at its center, is a magnet of crystalline rock and varied metals, placed layer upon layer as a thermopile or voltaic battery. Each constitutes the solid core of the Earth magnet, and draws and holds all matter and substance, atoms, and atmosphere close to its magnetic heart, so that nothing can be thrown off of its vast surface. It shoots through space 50 times faster than a bullet from a rifle, and whirls round with a speed of a revolving cylinder of a dynamo. Its swift duplicate motion makes it a working battery, or our dynamo of marvelous power. It draws all things to its magnetic center, as the magnetic core of the steel magnet draws filings of iron and other metals to its magnetic surface, and they cluster there in the same spherical form. This Earth magnet drew countless meteors, swarms of nebulae and invisible matter from surrounding space, and grew in size and magnetic power, as a steel magnet may grow by adding other countless magnets with their increasing power and growing accretions. For my theory is that every atom is a tiny magnet, and every molecule, meteor, and visible form of matter is a combination and aggregation of magnets. Aside from the theory of magnets, this is not far from Lockyer and Proctor's theory of the stellar formations. Norman Lockyer says the stellar constitution may be explained by supposing it to arise from cool meteoric swarms represented by the nebula and the rise of temperature due to contraction toward a center. And he adds, in the stars we have celestial furnaces, the heat of which transcends that of our most powerful electric sparks. In this heat theory, I think he is radically wrong. In the rise of temperature on the sun and earth, I contend is not from contraction, which is both insufficient and too irregular to be considered. But it did arise from the growth in power and size of the earth as a great magnet. As great a dynamo, it begins to throb with electric energy, and by drawing itself power currents from space and from the sun, the central electric heart of its organism, it began to generate heat and light in its own environment, which in time became translucent to the sun's rays. And instead of the sun and earth losing their light and heating power, they are steadily increasing them. It is thus apparent that all light, heat, physical organisms, and vegetable and animal life are evolved and exist only in the magnetic atmosphere of suns and planets. The light we see does not come from the sun or stars. It is generated in our own atmosphere. No man ever saw the sun or stars. They see the rays of light which photograph them in our atmosphere. They are pictures of them at the end of the ray, emanating from them. But some of these rays have been 200 years in reaching us. It takes light over 4 years to reach us from the star nearest our Earth. It is plain we do not see these stars. As to the heat of the sun, there has been a vast difference of opinion among scientists. Newton held it to be 1,699,300 degrees. But Ericsson, 2,726,000 degrees hot. Sacchi, 2 million to 6 million degrees. Watterson, 9 million to 10 million. And Sorey, 5,800,000 degrees. But since the discovery of the law of conservation of energy, which is only about 100 years old, the scientists have been hedging and crawfishing with wonderful dexterity, and reducing it until now 18,000 to 20,000 degrees are accepted as possibly correct. As Newton was a great mathematician, and the scientists accept him on other scientific questions, they ought to accept him on the sun's heat, and acknowledge the fact that ought to be apparent to all, that if heat comes to the earth from the sun in a column 93 million miles long and 8,000 miles in diameter through frigid ether 460 degrees colder than ice, the sun must be millions of degrees hot. Then, as nothing in the known universe can exist 1,000,000 or even 20,000 degrees hot, they should admit the sun is not hot. Only electric currents come from the sun, which generate heat and light in our own atmosphere. Well, I'm glad he went back to electricity. I was starting to think this was going to be a magnetic thing. It still could be, but it's interesting to read. It's over 100 years old, like I said in a previous video. We could have had an electric universe paradigm 100 years ago. Just imagine where our technology would be today. I mean, it's amazing. We went from Model Ts to TR3Bs in 100 years. We could even be more advanced, much more advanced, had we followed the electric universe paradigm. Then arises another question. All bodies lose their power, then heated to less than 1,000 degrees hot. Professor Fleming, in his book, Magnets and Electric Currents, says, magnetic bodies become, I turned into Nixon, sorry. Magnets and Electric Currents says magnetic bodies become changed into feeble magnetic ones by heating to a certain temperature. Iron, at its critical temperature of 690 degrees to 870 degrees, or a light red heat, loses all its strong magnetic qualities. In the same way, nickel loses them at 300 degrees. Thus, we have the sun at even 1,000 degrees hot, deprived of its magnetic power and unable to control the solar system. Professor T.C. Mendenhall, in a recent article in Harper's Magazine, says the electrical resistance of pure metals diminishes at a rate which indicates that at absolute zero it would vanish and these metals would become perfect conductors of electricity. Thus, cold increases and heat diminishes in electric energy of metals and all substances. In my previous book, The Cities of the Sun, I have given over 50 reasons why the sun is not hot. Among them, I may mention, first, because of the extreme cold that prevails in the upper atmosphere of the Earth, through which the sun's rays must pass, but whose temperature they cannot alter. Second, because the sun's rays must travel 93 million miles of space between sun and Earth, which is 460 degrees colder than ice, which would make it impossible for them to retain any degree of heat whatever. If heat comes from the sun, it must come in a column 93 million miles long, 865,000 miles in diameter, converging to 8,000 miles at the Earth's surface, which would destroy the sun or any known body in the universe to furnish such heat. Third, because the perpetual snow upon the mountains, even in the tropics, show the sun's rays bring no heat to the Earth, or snow would be melted by the first and greatest volume of heat from the sun. Fourth, because if heat came from the sun, there could be no clouds in our atmosphere, for the heat of the sun would strike them first, and greater heat above the cloud level would prevent their formation and forever banish them from our skies. But boy, when that sun comes out of them clouds, you sure can feel it burn into you. But those are electric currents that are hitting us. It's pretty amazing. Even the wind is an electric current. Fifth, because heat, by the law of its nature, is diffusive and cannot be shot from one sun or planet to another, or forced through space like a Leyden ball or other substance, but is soon dissipated in the cold ether of space. Sixth, the sun is not hot because comets have passed 300,000 miles through the sun's corona without visible change or injury, which would be impossible if the sun is excessively hot. For the comet coming from outer space must be intensely cold, and excessive heat in the sun would explode and destroy it.
Chapter 2. Electricity produces all the phenomena of nature. I contend that electricity produces all the phenomena of nature, that it is the river active agent in evolving visible forms of substances whose results are known as laws. Man is the most perfect enfoldment of nature's electric laws, and the world and the universe are the universal expression of electric life and energy. Man and all the visible forms of creation are woven from invisible ether by electric forces, and as man's will and thoughts are the governing force of his electric organism, so simple and universal are the laws of nature that the will and thoughts of deity by electric energy are the controlling law and force of the universe, and the ultimate cause producing all causes, all creations, in all tangible forms. The natural world is the product of matter and force, and all matter is one matter represented by the invisible atom. And all physical force is one force, being the varied manifestations of electric energy. For the natural world is the spiritual unfoldment made manifest by electric power. Therefore, all varied phenomena of nature, the revolution of the earth on its axis and in its orbit around the sun, the brilliant light and governing power of the sun, the circling stars, the blazing comet, the shooting meteor, the gorgeous rainbow, the luminous aurora, and the dazzling corona are all expressions of electric power. The lightning and the cloud, the reverberations of thunder, the ebb and flow of the tides, the wind currents in the air, the swaying of the forest, the variations of heat and cold, the falling of snow, the raindrop, and the dew are all electric manifestations. You cannot raise your arm, lift your foot, or move your body except by electric energy. You cannot see or hear or feel or taste or smell or exercise any of the functions of the body without bringing to your aid the electric force, which permeates all forms and substance. Electricity creates the mystery of physical life and provides the food and substance necessary to its growth and development. Electricity works the miracle of digestion and assimilation and converts inert matter into blood and bone, tissue and muscle, and organizes man's body into an electric machine and runs it as truly and perfectly by electric energy as the electric motor or generator is run by electricity. Man draws his electric life currents from the air into the lungs as a great electric reservoir. There it purifies and energizes the blood and sends it as an electric fluid and circulating magnetic current through every part of the body, causing the heart valves to pulsate, the measureless force, and the human machine to throb with intense life and power. The heart throbs and pulse beats of man's body are but the rhythmic whir and vibrations of the human electric machine. Man makes electrical machines of wood and glass and metal, but nature makes them of flesh and bone, and of all matter and substance. Nature, the all-wise and mysterious necromancer, makes nothing but electric machines, from the infinitesimal atom to the are electric generators, or electric creations of marvelous construction, power and utility, and all expressions of form and power. All visible objects and all varied phenomena of nature are produced by electromagnetic energy. Franklin and Faraday, Harvey, Morse, and Edison, by their discoveries, have taught us that as the potter come together to form the rudest vessels, so creative electric force must touch every sensitive atom in organic being, and keep the well springs of life constantly flowing through all life forms. There is no unfolding of bud and blossom, tree and shrub, without the coming and going of electric, life-giving sunlight and earthlight. They pervade all bodies of matter, whether world spheres or seed germs, and hold communion with all atomic centers of sensation in all living organisms. Atoms seek their electric affinities. Life forces and life forms touch each other by the grasp of magnetic attraction and repulsion, and these give personal sensations and vital forms of being. Through the medium of electricity, material and mental forces meet together upon the plane of human consciousness. This is nature's method of communication between the material and mental within the human brain, which has been a puzzling and difficult problem of physical science. The language of the senses is the universal language that has its foundation in invisible forces. There is a unity between the light and the eye that indicates their origin in the same lines of force that now give sight to the brain life. In the ear, there is evidence that the electric vibratory currents of force producing sound had a companionship with the electric life germ, in which the ear had its beginning. So all organs of sense and possesses unmistakable evidence of having proceeded out of those electric forces that are unseen and imponderable. The knowledge of these is the story of the Garden of Eden, incorporated into the life of every intellectual being. All the evidence of the senses comes from electric telegrams from without or within man's physical organism. Seeing and hearing are wireless telegrams from the ether without, and feeling, smelling, tasting are wired telegrams running along the nerves of man's body and communicating with the brain, the seat of intelligence, and the reasoning soul. Man must have a connecting link between his mind and body and the things about him, and as that connecting link and medium in man is electricity. So plain and simple are the laws of nature, that God has no other medium between him and all material creations. Electricity, therefore, is both the creative governing energy of deity over the universe and the governing energy of man over all material things. God controls the universe as man controls his body by electricity. Man has 5 senses: seeing, hearing, feeling, tasting, smelling. These are all communicated to the soul or spiritual body by electricity. Man feels by the electric flashes that come from every part of his body, that tingle on his nerves and beat upon his brain, touch the garments of the living soul. He sees through the medium of the electric etheric waves of light that come from the vibrations of the air around him. By these swift electric flashes, the infinitesimal rays of electric light enter the retina of the eye and touch the quick vision of the soul. He hears by the atmospheric waves of electricity that beat upon his eardrums. He tastes and smells by the same electric process, and his 5 senses are but the inward communication of outers surrounding conditions and substances to his spiritual perception by means of electricity. Thus, the creative deity hears and knows, and by the same forces directs and sustains all things. Man as an electric engine is far more efficient than any known engine in which there is a consumption of fuel. In general, the amount of work a man does bears a certain proportion to the fuel he puts into his boiler. Plants also constitute forms of electric engines. to embalm the sun rays and use the products rejected by men and animals. Carbon dioxide. Pretty good little system. By the radiant energy of the sun, plants are able to decompose carbonic acid. They form storage cells in which a current of electricity decomposes the liquid into oxygen and hydrogen and forms materials, which again give electricity, motion, and heat. The sun enables the plant engine to work. It also enables the man engine and animal engine and world engine to work by furnishing them all with the electric energy and working power of the universe.
Astronomers discover
that they do their part in the ever-living forces of cosmic life. The cells of protoplasm are infinitesimal magnets, or electrical engines. All vegetables are but larger magnets. All animals still larger, till we get to the worlds and suns, the greatest of them all. All the radiant garments of creation in their varied colors of light and beauty that now appear to human vision are woven from the same garments of immortality that wrap themselves around the initial centers of magnetic attraction. As the worlds were created by invisible electric forces under the guidance of the omnipotent creative spirit, so the same electric forces are still carrying forward the work of their unfinished structure and perfecting the unity and completing the harmony of creation. What we now call gravity is electric interaction and accretion that was commenced at the beginning of nature's work of creation, and which continues to be the occult force that serves the growth of a blade of grass, unfolding of the tiniest seed with its enwrapped life germ, and the development of the world, and which brings us face to face with the creative force that was the starting point of the beginning, and will be the culminating center of all ultimate perfected creation. This electric life energy touches each growing seed center as at the beginning it touched each growing world center, and reveals the power and wisdom of creation in every evolving form of life. The same electric radiant lines that give the perennial image in the mirror by an instantaneous flash of light give also the parental image in the germ life that evolves in new paternity. While we cannot trace the lines of electrical union that are mingled in this new life, we are justified in affirming that electric and radiant matter must have bridged the chasm between the old lives and the new, between parental duality and the dual forces of electricity that produced a new germinal individuality, and the new life cannot be possible without the separate unfolding of two distinct organisms meeting in generative embrace, imparting a new seed life. All germ life has its beginning where positive and negative magnetic currents blend into unity. The germinal life of the food supply of the plant and animal fix the boundaries of its being. There can be no evolution of plant life into animal life. It is not scientific or rational. Vegetable, plant, and tree have no independent existence separate from the soil of the earth, except as latent in seed form. As all material organisms take on their organic form around electric or magnetic centers, drawing their atoms from electrical currents, so all life germs take their growth from the magnetic centers of their growing forms. Here, in the field of electric forces, is to be found the generative forces of organic matter, the mysterious births from all parental life, and the constantly revolving circle of periodic changes of growth and decay, of life and death, of seed beginning and seed producing, like sunshine and shadow. Light and darkness are opposite points in the circle of electric force and physical life. The growing and dying life forms intervene between these 2 points of rest and renewal, of attraction and repulsion, of positive organism and negative diffusion of matter. They are the results of the great electric system of attracting and repelling currents of magnetism that are as fixed in their lines of force and order of work as rocks at the foundations of mountains. In fact, all that is strong and abiding in matter rests upon these currents of energy, and all of life is dependent upon the constancy and perpetually pulsating flow of the unseen electrical potencies of creation. Life is a universal unity, as light, heat, electricity, and polarization, which evolve it, are unity. The order of ascending life organism is from the simple to the complex. From the lowest plane of rock formation, the series is upward. From the lowest form of vegetable life is up to the highest. And in the animal life upward till the crowning work is reached in the thinking animal we call man, who is more than a thinking animal. To each ascending form there is an endowment of self-perpetuation by parentage and seed fruitage, which involve the electromagnetic condition of germ life. Thus, by electrical forces, plants build within each other and form others by elementary atoms with power of self-propagation, bridging the life gulf between silent atom and living organism, as if they were the material work of some spiritual builder. Thus, by electric forces, nature builds all human and animal life forms and organisms. The primary atoms of matter have their home in the electromagnetic forces and are evolved from them into the material organisms of creation. When the electromagnetic origin of light, heat, physical life, and so-called gravitation is fully accepted and their dynamic energy traced to its potential body, we have reached the strength of primary forces and unending circle of electrical potencies. This brings us to the borderland of creative work, to the mysterious sea of all life-giving forces, and the universal bias of all existing creation. Here, spirit, matter, and electricity, the 3 giant basic entities of creation, work together in full accord in evolving and fashioning all material growth and material structures. In natural growth, protoplasm gives the material conditions of life, without which there could be no food supplies. They contain grouped elements of oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, and carbon, out of which living structures are reared. Life is dependent upon food supplies of matter, which supplies must be raised to radiant conditions by electric forces to secure its assimilation into living organic forms. Life, therefore, like light, seeks through magnetic action a radiant plane of matter where it can reveal its working presence. Upon such a plane, all forms of life come to birth from a common parentage from electric force and radiant matter, each form endowed with personality and powers of reproduction that make them factors of life and growth upon the radiant plane of creative potencies. Professor G.F. Wright of Oberlin says in a recent article, evolution does not solve the mysteries of the universe. It simply pushes them one step further back. The mystery of the acorn is greater than the mystery of the oak, for it has compressed in it all the power and potency of the oak. It is no explanation of a chick to say it is hatched from an egg. The wonder and the mystery is simply carried back to that infinitesimal point in the egg which conceals within itself power of producing the feathered biped with all its marvelous instincts and adapted organism. I hold that the infinitesimal point in the egg and the acorn is its electric center of life force, or magnetic core, which, under the law of organic affinity, develops by nutrition and respiration, which are electric processes, into the chick and the yolk. He says, so of all the processes of nature, man's vision sees only the surface. We do not see causes, but only effects. We plant a seed, and all that we see is that under certain conditions it springs up and produces the blade, then the ear, and last the full corn in the ear. No one knows how it comes about that two seeds which look alike under the same conditions produce different colored flowers and different quantities of fruit. The beginning of everything is a mystery. If one affirms that things have no beginning, he but increases the mystery. The difficulty with all theories of evolution is to get a starting point. The time was when philosophers could speak of the universe as eternal, and the geologists 50 years ago could do so. But the demonstration of the conservation of energy has put an end to any such easygoing speculation. All this is well stated and very true, except that by treating all things as electromagnets, drawing positive and negative atoms or ions from air, food, and water, we see how by nutrition and accretion, animal and vegetable organism may be evolved by the law of magnetic attraction and organic affinity. This is the only rational solution and is in accord with all the processes of nature and with the conservation of energy. Elsewhere, I have endeavored to explain how, by the constant renewal of matter and electric energy in the sun and in space, the universe may be eternal and no waste or deterioration occur, and while always changing, it is virtually changeless. It's reminds me of that saying, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Newton, in his theory of gravitation, discovered one phase of electric energy, and his law of gravitation is in reality simply the law of electrical attraction. But he never knew the cause of it, and never discovered the other and dual phase of electric energy, the law of electrical repulsion. He never even suspected it, for he held that the balancing force of gravitation of the other planets keep each planet from falling into the sun, which it otherwise would have done under the law of gravitation, which says large bodies attract smaller ones. This position was untenable, as I have shown in the cities of the sun. Newton thought that an apple was attracted to the earth because the earth was larger, and that any larger body would attract a smaller one. But I hold that size is not what controls attraction. It is electrical conditions. An amount of substance from the sun would have more attracting power than the same amount from the earth, because the sun has more electrical power. A lodestone has more attracting power than the same amount of ordinary substance. A pound of iron has no attracting force until it is magnetized. Then it will lift many times its weight. So size, weight, or gravity is no test of attracting power. I therefore repudiate the law of gravity and adopt electricity with its dual force of action and reaction, attraction and repulsion, as the supreme cosmic evolving force of the universe, creating all light, heat, and life, and producing all the varied and wonderful phenomena of nature. I hold that by the law of electric energy, the sun is not a thermal or heating engine, as the astronomers proclaim, but is an electric generator and is not hot, and that the sun's rays neither where they originate or where they act are hot, but they come to Earth as cool currents of electricity, which generate heat near the Earth's surface by coming in contact with an opposite electricity and the resistance and friction of its atmosphere. Proof of this is found in the snow-covered peaks of the tropic and the glaciers of the torrid zone.
All one entity.
I have waited 6 years for objections to the electric theory of creation and have found only one recently stated. This first and only objection is that electricity is a derivative force. Professor G.F. Wright of Oberlin, again, in an article in the Chicago Record, December 1902, says, "Many of the speculations concerning the unlimited use of electricity overlook the fact of its derivative origin. Electricity is but transformed force. It is not a producer of force, but a consumer of force. It merely directs the force to its specific end." Duh, no kidding. That's what it does. It merely directs the force to its specific end. The electricity which propels and warms the streetcars of Buffalo, and furnishes power to its small factory and illumines its streets is merely force diverted from the falls of Niagara. In other words, it is transformed gravity. True. But gravitation is simply electric attraction, and the electricity that propels lights and warms the cars is electric attraction, diverted from the falls and used on the cars. It is not derivative force, but the original and only force, electric force, transferred from the falls to the cars. But Professor Wright himself destroys his own argument when he says, in other cases the electricity is derived from the heat of consuming coal.
The coal is the product of the sun's rays, chemically sealed up in the coal deposits of the early geological ages. All the available force in the world is a product of the sun's rays. Enough said there. In this we fully agree. As I say, the heat is in the coal, and the heat of the sun is electricity. The sun's rays, which he says is all the available force in the world, is electricity, and the sun is the great electric heart of the solar system. Thus we differ only in terms. While he whips electricity around the stump and says that it is a new thing, every time he turns a corner, I say it is the same electricity without any change. It improves the oneness of the universe. It surely does. As a vast electric organism. Thus our great scientists befog themselves now that Langley says there is only one radiant matter, and light, heat, and chemical changes are all one entity. Perhaps he may change his view. I have tried to convince these cross-eyed reasoners that all force is one force, and all matter is one matter, and the scientists are now coming to that conclusion steadily. Sorry, they're still on the wrong side. Professor Wright says again, the strength and warmth of all animal bodies is traceable to carbon, and whenever we move a limb or walk, the power to do it is obtained by the consumption of carbon. Well, I say, carbon is one form of stored electricity. He says, the ox feeds upon the grass, which is collected or grows through the influence of sunlight. And I say, sunlight is electric currents from the great electric dynamo, the sun. He says the nebular theory is faulty, and I agree with him. He says gravitation is an utter mystery that has baffled all scientific explanation, and I agree with him, and go a step further and affirm that there is no such thing as gravitation, and never was. Newton discovered one of the dual forces of electricity, which I call universal electric attraction, and called it gravitation. He says, so far as we can see, gravitation acts instantaneously, and Newton gave up the problem of defining it and said he had no explanation except to say God made it so. This is true. But Newton knew nothing of electricity, or his great intellect would likely have discovered the truth and named it and explained it as electric attraction. Newton discovered an imaginary force, an idea, a dream, an occult force, as Leibniz called it. Newton had an imagination, which the scientific plotters who have come after him lacked. They have dug in the dirt while he sailed through azure seas and linked suns and worlds together by a mere sweep of the imagination, without any explanation or conceivable cause, and called it gravity. He might as well have called it ponderosity. Philip Atkinson, in his work on electricity, 1902, asserts that energy manifests itself either in masses of matter or in small particles called molecules. And thus we have two kinds, mass energy and molecular energy.
You know, I remember in his presentation, Princeton, Manuel del Cos, Back of Earth and Upheaval, said that the greatest time for scientific discovery in the history of man, greatest decade, was the years 1895 to 1905. It boggles the mind of all the things discovered. Have we two kinds of energy? Mass energy and molecular energy is the same. Mass energy is but the aggregation of molecular energy. Large bodies attract small ones because they possess more electric energy. Gravity, or weight, is but another name for aggregate molecular electric attraction of the Earth for everything upon its surface.
The gravity, or weight of a man, is the pull or force with which the electric attraction of the Earth holds him to its surface. In other words, the Earth is a vast magnet, and man's body is a smaller magnet. As the magnetic core of a steel magnet draws all metals toward its magnetic center, so does the Earth magnet draw all things toward its center. The same author states that the Earth is a great thermopile, generating electric currents by the difference of potential between its heated and cooled parts. In this I agree with him, but he only states one of 1,000 ways to generate electric currents. He says further, heat is believed to be a certain mode of molecular motion, and electricity to be another mode. But the nature of the motion of each has never been discovered, and I think never will, as long as the false notion prevails that heat and electricity are modes of motion. A mode of motion is nonsense, for motion is an effect produced by a cause. It is not a cause, and all cause of motion is electricity. Now there's a good saying. I'm going to put that on a t-shirt. And the mode of operation is the law of electromagnetism. There is no difference in the law or mode of motion of electric currents in a volcano, in a cloud, in the earth, in the sun or planets, in an electric light, or in man's body. The same law exists, and the same natural results follow when one lights the gas with a flash of electricity from his finger, as when a meteor blazes, a comet flares out in space, or a sun becomes luminous. The same force that man causes to run along a telegraph wire, or through a telephone circuit, or which runs a streetcar line, or is taken by the brushes from a revolving dynamo,
is the same force and operated under the same law or mode of force as the electric life-giving currents that come from the sun constantly as an omnipotent tide of power. Professor Thomson says the Earth is generally found to be negatively electrified and is insulated in its atmosphere, being in fact a conductor touched only by air, a strong insulator. He says further the quality of non-resistance to electric force of the interplanetary ether being considered, the Earth, the atmosphere, and surrounding medium may be regarded as constituting, respectively, the inner coating, the dielectric, and the outer coating of a large Leyden jar, charged negatively. Professor S.P. Thomson, in Electricity and Magnetism, says Gilbert made the discovery that the compass points north and south because the Earth is also a great magnet. Faraday said all matter is in a magnetic condition. Sir Oliver Lodge says the idea that magnetism is a whirl of electricity is as old as the ampere, perceiving that a magnet could be initiated by an electric whirl. He made the hypothesis that an electric whirl existed in every magnet.
How right he was. Maxwell announced the proposition that electromagnetic phenomena and light phenomena have their origin in the same medium and are identical in nature. Hertz, by actually producing, detecting, and controlling electric waves, caused the discovery of wireless electricity, and it is by the wonderful wireless telegraphy of light that man is put on communication with every considerable body in the universe, including even the invisible. By it, the goings-on in Sirius and Algol, Orion, and the Pleiades are reported across enormous stretches of millions of miles of space, and by the vibratory motion of the invisibility small, all things are revealed. The infinity little has enabled us to conquer the inconceivably big. I hold, seeing and hearing are the simplest examples of wireless telegraphy. Elihu Thomson, the great electrician, says, Hertz proved that all luminous phenomena are in essence electrical. Wireless electricity is the outcome of Hertz experiments on electric waves. Electrical conditions and actions are more fundamental than hitherto regarded. William Ramey, a distinguished chemist, says it is primary assumption that atoms of elements, or in certain cases groups of atoms, are themselves electrified, and atoms possess positive and negative poles, and combination ensue between such oppositely electrified bodies. Mr. Francis Gearson, a prominent scientist of London, in a recent London periodical says, so far as we know, electricity is the soul of visible form. What we call brain waves have an analogy to electric waves. The discoveries and inventions of the last 10 years have made child's play of every previously known system of philosophy. That was when Velikovsky was talking about it too. The simple but amazing facts disclosed during the past 5 years render the dreams, speculations, and guesswork of the past absurd. The little we know, in a practical way, is more than all the philosophers of the past. I feel like I've read that before too. Professor Langley, in his address at the 1902 session of the American Association of Scientists, stated that up to 1872 it was almost universally believed that there were 3 different kinds of energy: actinic, luminous, and thermal, represented in the spectrum. But he affirmed there is only one radiant energy, which appears to use as actinic. There is only one radiant energy,
which appears to use as actinic, luminous, or thermal, according to the way we observe it. Heat and light are not things in themselves, but different sensations in our bodies, or different effects in other bodies. They are merely effects of this mysterious thing we call radiant energy. He thus sustains my position, and the electric theory of creation, which is that there is but one universal and ultimate energy, which he calls radiant, and I call electric energy, and which are the same thing. It is said that an Italian physicist wrote in 1843, light is merely a series of colorific indications sensible to the organs of light, or vice versa. The radiations of obscure heat are vertical invisible radiations of light. Heat are vertical invisible radiations of light. Thus Langley, by his elaborate researches, more refined and complex than all preceding ones, proved to be true. Since so orthodox a scientist as Langley has proven there is but one energy, and other scientists may stumble over it a while and then accept it. He is a high authority, and didn't work. Sir Oliver Lodge, in The Electrical World, of February 21st, 1903, sustains the electrical theory strongly. He says, all matter is electrical in its nature. The difference between one kind of matter and another lies in the physical and chemical properties of the atom. But the difference between the atoms is merely due to the difference of the electric grouping of the atom. He holds that Thomson corpuscles are all electric. Thomson's theory is that negative electricity is matter. Lodge holds that all matter, down to the ultimate corpuscle, is electricity, or electrical substance. Thus, I am sustained by the highest, most recent authority. Professor E.L. Larkin at California University said recently, the Earth has a permanent charge of negative electricity, and the atmosphere is positive. The surface potential is therefore very near zero. This permits electromagnetic waves from the sun to act with unabated energy. Professor Lucien I. Blake of Kansas University said in a recent lecture, all atoms of matter are charged with electricity. All vital actions are always connected with electricity. I could fill a volume with recent statements of scientists showing that electricity produces all the phenomena of nature, all of which they have learned in the past few years, while as a pioneer in this field of thought, I have been trying to propagate these electrical theories for many years. Every year, new facts are discovered showing that electricity is the cosmic, evolving, ultimate, and only force in nature, and the universe is a vast electric machine, or organism, moved by electric currents of measureless force and power. The Earth revolves around the Sun. The Sun gravitates around some sidereal center in motion like itself, and myriads of suns and planets with their countless population move with many times the velocity of a cannonball. Stars that seem tranquil and motionless in the heavens are projected through space with a velocity of 100 to 200 miles per second. Atoms of our bodies move relatively with as much velocity as the stars in the heaven. Motion, electric energy, reigns everywhere, forms everything, controls, handles, and evolves all suns and planets, all physical life, substance, and organism, human experience, and universal nature. The electric rays of light from suns and stars of the most distant constellation dart their beams across the universe, and centuries after, the impulse of electric energy enters the human eye and gives sense and vision to the soul. Thus, the dynamic chains of electric light binds into living unity the realms of matter and mind. Though
measureless amplitudes of space and time. These electric currents are not only the source of all natural phenomena, but the sea of electromagnetism from which they come is the reservoir of life, which stands back of all the myriad manifestation of physical existence, and is the great fountain of vitality from which all life must come. What is electricity? Tesla says it is invisible light. Atkins says it is molecular motion. Fleming says it is a spiral twist of the ether. But the best definition is given in the scriptures, where it says all things were made by the word of his power. It is the word of creative power. End of chapter. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
The Saturn Theory by David Talbot. Introduction. Planet Saturn today is recognizable only to those who know where to look for it. But a few thousand years ago, Saturn dominated the Earth as a sun, presiding over a universal golden age. Modern man considers it self-evident that our familiar heavens differ hardly at all from the heavens encountered by the earliest star worshipper. He assumes that the most distinctive bodies venerated in primitive times were the sun and moon, followed by the 5 visible planets, and various constellations all appearing as they do today. But for such ever so slight changes as the precession of the equinox, this long-lasting belief not only confines present discussion, but ancient myth and religion. It is the fixed doctrine of modern astronomy and geology, every prevailing theory of the solar system and of the Earth's past rests upon an underlying doctrine of cosmic uniformity. The belief that the clock-like regularity of the heavenly motions can be projected backwards indefinitely. But the evidence assembled in the following pages indicates that within human memory, extraordinary changes in the planetary system occurred. In the earliest age recalled by man, the planet Saturn was the most spectacular light in the heavens, and its impact on the ancient world overwhelming. In fact, Saturn was the one great god invoked by all mankind. The first religious symbols were symbols of Saturn, and so pervasive was the planet god's influence that the ancients knew him as the creator, the king of the world, and Adam, the first man. Since the only meaningful defense of this claim is the entire body of evidence presented here, I shall not presume upon the reader's credulity, but only ask that he follow the narrative to its end. Myth and catastrophe. If our generation disdains the possibility of fact in the language of myth, it is because we are aware of discrepancy between myth and the modern worldview, as we ascribe it to the blindness or superstition of the ancients. There is hardly an ancient tale which fails to speak of world-destroying upheavals and shifting cosmic orders. Indeed, we are so accustomed to the catastrophic character of the stories that we hardly give it a second thought. When the myths tell of suns which have come and gone, or of planetary gods whose wars threatened to destroy mankind, we are likely to take them as amusing and absurdly exaggerated accounts of local floods, earthquakes, and eclipses, or write them off altogether as expressions of unconstrained fancy. How many scholars, seeking to unravel the astronomical legends and symbols of antiquity, have questioned whether the heavenly bodies have always coursed on the same paths they follow today. In the past 300 years, barely a handful of writers have claimed any connection between myth and actual celestial catastrophe. William Whitson published in 1696 a new theory of the earth, arguing that the biblical deluge resulted from a cometary cataclysm. The book produced a storm of scientific objections and had no lasting impact outside Christian orthodoxy. In 1882 and 83, two books by Ignatius Donnelly appeared: Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, and Ragnarok, the Age of Fire and Gravel. Relying on global myths, Donnelly claimed that a massive continent called Atlantis once harbored a primordial civilization. The entire land sank beneath the sea when a comet rained destruction on the earth. Both Donnelly's books became bestsellers and are still available today. Yet conventional theories of Earth and the solar system remain unaffected by these works. Around the turn of the century, Isaac Vail argued in a series of brief papers that myths of cosmic upheaval relate to the collapse of ice bands surrounding our planet. 3/4 of a century after his death, his work is familiar only to an esoteric few. In 1913, Hans Horbiger published his Glacial Cosmogony, contending that great catastrophes described in ancient myth occurred when the Earth captured another planet, which became our moon. The relatively small interest in Horbiger's thesis vanished within a couple decades. This was the extent of noteworthy research into myth and catastrophe. When Immanuel Velikovsky, in early 1940, first wondered whether a cosmic disturbance may have accompanied the Hebrew Exodus. According to the biblical account, massive plagues occurred, Sinai erupted, and the pillar of cloud and fire moved in the sky. His quest for a solution led Velikovsky through a systematic survey of world mythology, and eventually to the conclusion that ancient myths constitute a collective memory of celestial disorder. The great gods, Velikovsky observed, appeared explicitly as planets. In the Titanic wars vividly depicted by ancient chroniclers, the planets moved on erratic courses, appearing to wage battles in the sky, exchanging electrical discharges, and more than once menacing the Earth. Velikovsky set forth his claims of celestial catastrophe in his book Worlds in Collision, published in 1950, proposing the first Venus and then Mars in the period 1500 to 686 BC, so disturbed the Earth's axis as to produce worldwide destruction. The book became an immediate bestseller and the focus of one of the great scientific controversies of this century. I mention Velikovsky not only because his work obviously relates to the thesis of this book, but because, as a matter of record, Velikovsky first directed my attention toward Saturn. In a manuscript still awaiting publication, Velikovsky proposed that the now distant planet was once the dominant heavenly body, and he identified Saturn's epoch with the legendary Golden Age. While I have not seen Velikovsky's unpublished manuscript on Saturn, a brief outline of his idea inspired present inquiry. Was Saturn once the preeminent light in the heavens? Yet, I possessed at the outset no conception of the broad thesis presented here, which fell into place with surprising rapidity. Once I set out to reconstruct the Saturn myth, while expecting to find at best only faint echoes of Saturn, or no hint at all, I found instead that the ancients, looking back to the beginnings, were obsessed with the planet god and strove in 1,000 ways to relive Saturn's epoch. The most common symbols of antiquity, which our age universally regards as solar emblems, were originally unrelated to our sun. They were literal pictures of Saturn, whom the entire ancient world invoked as the sun. In the original age to which the myths refer, Saturn was no remote speck faintly discerned by terrestrial observers. The planet loomed as an awesome and terrifying light, and if we are to believe the widespread accounts of Saturn's age, the planet god's home was the unmoving celestial pole, the apparent pivot of the heavens, far removed from the visible path of Saturn today. At first glance, however, the Saturn myth seems to present an entanglement of bizarre images. The earliest, most venerated religious texts depict the great god sailing in a celestial ship, consorting with winged goddesses, fashioning revolving islands, cities, and temples, or abiding upon the shoulders of a cosmic giant. It is impossible to pursue Saturn's ancient image without encountering the paradise of Eden, the lost Atlantis, the fountain of youth, the one-wheeled chariot of the gods, the all-seeing eye of heaven, or the serpent dragon of the deep. Though celebrated as living, visible powers, none of Saturn's personifications or mythical habitats conforms to anything in our familiar world. Yet once one seeks out the concrete nature of these images, it becomes clear that each referred to the same celestial form. The subject is a Saturnian configuration of startling simplicity, whose appearance, transformation, and eventual disappearance become the focus of all ancient rites. I now have little doubt that if Velikovsky had pursued the Saturn question to the end, he would have perceived a vastly greater influence of the planet than he originally recognized. He would have discovered also that the full story of Saturn adds a new perspective to much of the mythological material gathered in Worlds in Collision. In this connection, I must stress that I alone am responsible for the themes and conclusions presented in this book. realizing that Velikovsky has had to defend his own heresy for better than a quarter of a century. I have no desire to burden him with the heresy of others. Nothing came as a greater surprise to me than the sheer quantity of material bearing directly on the Saturn tradition. The scope of the subject matter made it necessary to separate the material into 2 volumes. The first dealing with the original Saturnian operation, the second with Saturn's catastrophic fate. This initial volume, then, focuses on the primordial age of cosmic harmony and the unified image of Saturn as king of the world. Chapter 2. The Great Father. Anyone attempting to trace the Saturn legend must reckon with the primordial god figure whom ancient races celebrate as the Great Father, and who is said to have first organized the heavens and founded the antediluvian kingdom of peace and plenty, the Golden Age. While few of us today could locate Saturn in a starry sphere, the earliest astro-religions insist that the planet god was once the all-powerful ruler of heaven. But paradoxically, they also declare that he resided on earth as a great king. He was the father both of gods and of men. This dual character of the Great Father has been the subject of a centuries-long exaggerated into cosmic divinity. This dual character of the Great Father has been the subject of a centuries-long but unresolved debate. Was he a living ancestor, subsequently exaggerated into a cosmic divinity? Or was he originally a celestial god whom later myths reduced to human proportions? For an explanation of the Great Father, researchers look to such varied powers as the solar orb, an esteemed tribal chief, or an abstract vegetation cycle. Almost uniformly ignored is the connection of the primordial man-god with the actual planet Saturn. Even though it is precisely the latter that can tell us why the Great Father appears in both human and celestial form, the overwhelming preoccupation of ancient ritual is with an ancient great god. 1. The myths say that the god emerged alone from the cosmic sea as the preeminent power in the heavens. Out of watery chaos, he produced a new order. The ancients worshipped him as the creator and the supreme lord of the cosmos. 2. This solitary god, according to the legend, founded a kingdom of unparalleled splendor. He was the divine ancestor of all earthly rulers. His kingdom, the prototype of the just and prosperous realm, throughout his reign, an unending spring prevailed. The land produced freely, and men knew neither labor nor war. 3. In the God-King's towering form, and ancients perceived the heaven man, a primordial giant, whose body was the newly organized cosmos. The legends often present the figure as the first man or primordial man, whose history personified the struggle of good and evil. 4. Whether emphasizing the Great Father's character as creator, first king, or heaven man, widespread traditions proclaim him to be the planet Saturn. In investigating the traits of the archaic god, we must give greatest weight to the oldest astral religions, those which are closest to the original experience. Yes, that's a great way of putting it. That's what I've always been searching for. The best material coming from ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia provides a remarkably coherent picture of the god and enables one to see the development and the distortions of the idea among later people. What is most surprising, however, is the enduring power of the root themes. The one God of archaic monotheism. In the beginning, the ancients knew one supreme God only. a divinity invoked as the creator and the father of all gods. According to a long-established school of thought, man's consciousness of a supreme being emerged slowly from a primitive fascination with petty spirits and demons. Adherents to this opinion tell us that human reason gradually modified capricious spirits of vegetation, spring, the ancestors, or sexual power into the great gods of global religion. Of such an evolutionary process, however, one finds little evidence. The great edifices erected by Herbert Spencer, E.B. Taylor, and James G. Fraser appear to rest exclusively on the assumption that one can learn the origins of theism by studying existing primitive cultures. The idea is that the civilized races of old must have first passed through primitive phases before the Hebrews, Greeks, or Hindus developed their elevated ideas of a supreme God. They must have possessed beliefs and customs similar to those of modern-day tribes of Africa, Australia, or Polynesia. Only by slow development, say these theorists, could a race rise above the ludicrous magic totems and fetishes of the savage. It is interesting that the advocates of various evolutionary theories and their fascination with present-day primitive cultures almost never concern themselves with the oldest religious texts and symbols which have come down to us. The sacred hymns and eulogies of ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia reveal a tradition of a great God reaching back into prehistoric times. Moreover, a comparison of early and later sources rather than of a once unified idea into magic, astrology, totemism, and other elements with which the evolutionists associate the first stages of religion. There are grounds for speaking of an archaic monotheism, astral in nature, existing long before the idea of God received its spiritual and philosophical elevation in Hebrew and Greek thought. To the ancients themselves, the entire question was simply a matter of concrete history. The present world is a fragmented copy of an earlier age, in which the supreme light God stood alone in a primeval sea, accompanying the cosmic center. Ancient Egyptian texts repeatedly invoke a singular figure, worshipped as the great and highest light of the primeval age. One of his many names was Atum, a god born in the abyss before the sky existed, before the earth existed. These are worlds of the pyramid texts, perhaps the world's oldest religious hymns, but the texts of all periods look back to the same primordial time when Atum shone forth alone. I came into being of myself in the midst of the primeval waters, states the god in the Book of the Dead. More than once, the coffin texts recall the time when Atum was alone before he had repeated himself. He was alone in the primeval waters, they say. I was the spirit in the primeval waters, he who had no companion when my name came into existence. Each locality in Egypt appears to have possessed its own special representative of the Father God. To some, he was Horus, the god who came first into being when no other god had yet come into existence, when no name of anything had yet been proclaimed. Other traditions knew him as Ra, the god one who came into being in the beginning of time. O thou who didst give thyself birth, O one mighty, one of myriad forms and aspects, King of the world. The followers of Amen proclaimed their god the Ancient of Heaven, Father of the gods. Ptah was the splendid god who existed alone in the beginning. The different local names of the primeval deity, though adding complexity to Egyptian religion as a whole, do not cloud the underlying idea. He is the one God. He is the God one, and only one, the Father of beginnings, the Supreme Lord, the singular God, except whom at the beginning none other existed. Surveying Egyptian religion, one cannot fail to notice that the priests' obsession with the past and their vivid portrait of the great God in his first appearance, those who look for an unseen creator in early Egyptian religion will be disappointed. He is a visible and concrete power, the Lord of Terror, or the Great of Terror. The memory of this solidarity light, God and Creator, was as old as the most ancient Egyptian ritual. His appearance and even departure shaped every aspect of the Egyptian worldview. So also in Mesopotamia, about which Stephen Langdon raises the question of archaic monotheism. After a prolonged study of Semitic and Sumerian sources, Langdon concludes that veneration of spirits and demons had nothing to do with the origins of Mesopotamian religion. Rather, both in Sumerian and Semitic religions, monotheism preceded polytheism and belief in good and evil spirits. Langdon notes that on the pictographic tablets, on the painted pots of the prehistoric period, the picture of a star repeatedly appears. The sign, he claims, is virtually the only religious symbol in the primitive period. And in the early Sumerian language, this star symbol is the ideogram for writing God, high, heaven, and bright. It is also the ideogram of An, the oldest and loftiest of the Sumerian gods. An, or Anu, was the father of the gods and the central light at the universe summit, a god of terrifying splendor who governed heaven from his throne in the cosmic sea, Apsu. The Sumero-Babylonian pantheon is filled with competing figures of the primordial creator, Enki or Ea, Ningirsu, Ninurta, Tammuz. Each appears as a local formulation of the same great god. Each shares in the character of the singular An, ruling as universal Lord, fashioning his home above the radiating light in the midst of the celestial ocean. Here, as in Egypt, the god of archaic monotheism is not a transcendent spirit nor invisible power, but a central light. A Sumerian epic to Ninurta proclaims Anu in the midst of heaven gave him fearful splendor. Ninurta, according to the text, is like Anu and casts a shadow of glory over the land. All Mesopotamian figures of the primeval god possessed this tangible character, and accounts of the god's radiant appearance are more of a historical than a speculative nature. Egyptian and Mesopotamian tradition of the solitary creator find many parallels in later Hebrew, Greek, Persian, Hindu, and Chinese mysticism and philosophy. But it is the earlier imagery which illuminates the latter. And however unorthodox the idea may seem, the oldest records treat the great god's birth in the deep and his acts of creation as events experienced by the ancestor. Hearts were pervaded with fear. Hearts were pervaded with terror. When I was born in the abyss, proclaims the god of the pyramid text. The solitary god, in the presence of the ancestors, brought forth the primeval world, or earth. To understand the great God's creation, one must put aside modern philosophical and religious conception. The tradition has nothing to do with the origins of our planet or of the material universe. The subject of the original creation legend is the formation of the great God's visible dwelling above. The legend records that when the Creator rose from the cosmic sea, a great band or revolving island congealed around the God as his home. The band appeared as a well-defined, organized, and geometrically unified dwelling, a celestial land fashioned by the Great Father. All space outside this enclosure belonged to unorganized chaos. Heaven Man. So vivid was the Great Father's celestial image, and so overpowering was his influence on civilization in its infancy, that the ancient chroniclers often gave him human form, recalling him as the first man. But he was no mortal of flesh and blood, a celestial giant whose body encompassed all the gods and composed the primeval matter of creation. The Great Father reigned over the prosperous age, and then departed amid great upheaval. The mythical accounts give this imposing figure such tangible and human traits. More than one scholar reduces him to a living man, an esteemed tribal ancestor whose heroic exploits succeeding generations progressively enlarged until the entire universe came under his authority. This is the approach of William Ridgway, who, in a survey of the best-known figures of the Great Father, argues that only an actual tribal chief could have left such a profound imprint on primitive communities. Ridgway asks us whether the abstract sky, or the solar orb, or a vegetation spirit, common explanations of the Great Father, could produce such devotion, as is evident in the annual lamentations over the ruler's catastrophic death. Osiris, Brahma, Tammuz, Quetzalcoatl. Their devotees remember each as a living ancestor, whose passing was a terrifying calamity. Of course, Ridgway does not assume that one man alone accounts for all the traditions of a Great Father. Rather, he seeks to identify each in terms of a historical figure, quite distinct from the venerated ancestors of other tribes. If his argument against prevailing astronomical and vegetation theories carried great weight, they fail to explain the global parallels between the respective myths. Nor can one reconcile Ridgway's interpretation with the incontrovertible fact that, in the earliest accounts, the Great Father is manifestly cosmic. That many sacred histories, however, present the Creator King in human form is a paradox requiring an explanation. The solution lies in the nature of the legendary first man. Who was Adam? If one compares the traditions of Adam with the global image of the Great Father, there can be little doubt that this primeval ancestor was simply a special form of the universal monarch. According to Hebrew legend, Adam's stature was so great that he extended from earth to the center of heaven. His countenance obscured the sun. Like the universal monarch, Adam was Lord on earth, to rule and control it, teaching his subjects first arts, then sciences. Well, he had his priorities straight. The myths say that the terrestrial creatures took him to be their creator, and they all came to offer him adoration. While the chroniclers call this a mistake, substantial evidence shows that the tradition pertained more to a god than a man. In Gnostic and other mystic systems, Adam is not a mortal but a cosmic being whose body contained the seed of all later creation, as observed by G.G. Shalom. Summarizing the traditions of the Hebrew Kabbalah, Adam, or Adam Kadmon, is the primordial man, that is, a vast representation of the power of the universe. which is concentrated in him. This Adam is the man of light, occupying the center of the cosmos and radiating energy along the axis of the universe. He is creator and supporter of the world, whose body encloses all the elements of life. And one interesting side note is that in astrology, which is also Hermeticism, basic principles, they have the cosmos in the shape of a man, and his head is by, I believe it's the Pleiades, which represents man's third eye, the pineal gland. Islamic mystics called Adam the universal man, or perfect man, upholding the cosmos. To the Ophites of the early Christian era, he was Adonis, the man from on high, or, in the words of Lenormant, the typical perfect man, that is, the heavenly prototype of man. It is one of the cosmonic fragments preserved in the extracts of Sanchitirathon, as recorded by Philo of Byblos. Adam is born at the beginning of all things, and is identical with the Greek Kronos, heaven. The modern-day Mandeans of Iraq know Adam as the king of the universe, a personification of all spiritual man, of all that spiritual man is intended to be and achieve. This, of course, sounds almost exactly like the primordial God One of global legend. Indeed, in the myths of many lands, the first man and creator king are identical, though the Hindu Yama and his counterpart Manu appear as the creator and king of the world. They also signify the primal ancestor. Their character as the first man, however, does not mean flesh and blood. They are the celestial prototypes, notes Lenormant, symbolic of man in general. The role in the Hindu Yama is filled in Persian myth, not only by Yama, but also by Gea Maritan, a legendary first king, a man of perfect purity, produced brilliant and white, radiant and tall. Sounds like an extraterrestrial. He too appears as the prototype of mankind. Many myths make no distinction between the creator and the first man. The oceanic Tiki is at once the first man and the creator or progenitor of man. Among the Koryak, the creator of the world is also the first man, the father and protector of the Koryak. In the Symbolian, North American Sayun tribe say that it was the first man who brought the world out of the primeval water. They also say that the first man, the creator, that no man made him, and that he is immortal. The Eltiac Tartars similarly speak of a world man or first man. In the creation myths, he doubles for God himself and raises the world from the cosmic waters. Comparable is the world man of the Lapps, or the lonely man whom the Yakuts deem the first ancestor and whose dwelling pierced the summit of heaven. If the general tradition be our guide, Adam is the solitary god of beginnings, presented in human form. This was the opinion of the controversial Gerald Massey, who, enchanted by the depth of Egyptian cosmology, proposed that the Hebrew Adam echoed the older Egyptian Atum, the god who shone forth alone in the abyss. It matters little whether the relationship of the two figures is as direct as Massey suggested. Throughout the ancient world, the original god passed into the legendary first ancestor as the creative intelligence and voice, word of heaven. The Great Father came to be viewed as the thinking and speaking man, a towering giant whose body was the original cosmos. Both the tomb and later Adam possessed this distinctive character
as heaven man, as in astrology too. But certain developments of the idea stand out. 1. The Egyptian version of the myth, the great god Atum-Ra, through tumultuous speech, brings forth a circle of subordinate gods as satellites, revolving in his company and forming his own limbs. The central god and his revolving members compose the primordial cosmos, heaven, world. The crucial term is Paut, P-A-U-T. It means primeval matter, referring to the material emitted by Atum, which took form as the cosmos. Paut is equivalent to the ku, or fiery words of power, uttered by the great god. The term signifies at once the circle of the gods and body of Atum-Ra, which is to say cosmos equals company of gods equals creator's limbs body. That the created cosmos emanated from the primordial god is a theme which persisted in later traditions of Adam. From Adam Kadmon sprang successive degrees of creation. Gnostic tradition knew Adam as the prima materia of the cosmos, a remarkable parallel to the Egyptian primeval matter, the limbs of Atum-Ra. The great god's body embraces and is heaven, not only in Egyptian but all principal cosmology. Like Atum, the Sumerian An encompasses the entire heaven. Indeed, this very name signifies heaven, and one can trace the equation of God and heaven, or shining heaven, through all of the ancient languages. The Chinese Tian signifies both the high God and heaven, as does the Altiac Tengri, the Sanskrit Dias and heaven, as does the Altaic Tengri. Dias, Latin Deus, carries the double meaning of God and heaven. It is useless to look to the open sky for an explanation of this equivalence. Originally, heaven meant the orchestrated cosmos, or body, of the God One, formed by the circle of lesser gods. The myths unanimously insist that this celestial order collapsed with the death of the great god, the heaven man. 2. All-embracing character of the Great Father facilitated important development of the God's image at a time when cultural mixture could have destroyed the monotheistic theme. In ancient Egypt, almost every district seems to have had its favored representative of the God One, a fact which gives the great compendiums of Egypt, religion, pyramid texts, etc., a misleading appearance of confusion. How can we speak of a solitary God when Egyptian texts refer to an endless number of primary deities? 3. In a subsequent development of the myth, the heaven man passed into a mythical philosophical explanation of our earth and the material universe as a whole. Here the god appears as a primordial giant who existed before the deluge and gave his body to creation, not the creation of the primordial cosmos, but of our world with its mountains, seas, clouds, and surrounding heavenly bodies. A noteworthy example is the Scandinavian primeval giant, Ymir. In the prose, Edda, the gods fashioned the world from the giant's body. From his blood, the sea and lakes. From his flesh, the earth. From his bones, the mountains. His teeth become rocks and pebbles. His skull, the sky. And his brains, the clouds. The sparks and burning embers produced by his dismemberment became the stars. Compare the Hindu giant Purusha, whose body formed the world.
His mouth was the Brahman, his 2 thighs the Vyase. From his 2 feet the Sudra was born. The moon was born from his mind. It's pretty crazy. From his eye the sun was born. From his navel was produced the air. From his head the sky was evolved. From his 2 feet the earth. From his ears the quarters. Purusha is the primal man. In Buddhist lore, this cosmic giant is Bodhisattva Manjukri. Elsewhere in China, the role belongs to the Demiurge Panku, whose body provides the material for creation. Zoroastrians claim that the created world was the giant sphere, cosmos, the body of the great god Zervan. All such heaven-sustaining giants can be best understood by reference to the original cosmos of the God One, rather than the open expanse to which the term heaven normally refers to today. 4. If the giant myths emphasize the material form of the heaven man, an age of metaphysics stressed the god's character as universal intelligence, raising his image to a high degree of philosophical purity. The God One became the first principle, first cause, mind, word or self, logos, Sophia, Tao, etc. Yet, in none of these cases did detached philosophy succeed in creating a pure abstraction. The Greek nous, N-O-U-S, the animating mind or intelligent spirit, was never fully divorced from the antecedent tradition of the heaven man. Both Vesuvius and Syncellus tradition of heaven man. Both Vesuvius and Syncellus identify the great mind with Prometheus, the primordial man who lived before the deluge. In Orphic description of the universal mind, it is hardly distinguishable from the Hindu giant Purusha. All things were contained within the vast womb of the god. Heaven was his head. Bright beams of stars were his radiant locks, and all productive earth was his sacred womb. The circling ocean was his belt. His body, the universe, was radiant, immovable, eternal, and pure ether was his intellectual soul. The ancients knew. The mighty nous, by which he pervades, animates, preserves, and governs all things. Nous was the primordial one from which all things emanated. The central light which produced and regulated the cosmos body. An exactly equivalent notion was the Hindu universal self. There, the original concept certainly did not mean invisible soul, or anything like it. The cosmic self was Brahma, or Prajapati, the golden child, who appeared alone on the first occasion. In the beginning, say the Upanishads, Prajapati stood alone. The same texts say, in the beginning there was self alone. From the primordial self, enclosed all the life elements, issued the creation in successive degrees. From the self sprang ether. From the ether, air. From air, fire. From fire, water, etc. Adam Kadmon radiated the elements in similar fashion. Hindu thought portrays the universal self as the first form in the animating soul of the heaven man. In the beginning, this universe was nothing but the self in the form of a man. It looked around and saw there was nothing but itself, whereupon its first shout was, "It is I," whence the concept I arose. Then the self poured forth the creation. The created world, cosmos, in Hindu myth, took form as the giant Purusha. recognized as the body of Prajapati Brahma self. Numerous traditions, the emanation or pouring out of creation as the Greek god's speech. This is the root meaning of the Greek and Hebrew word, which signify really visible speech. The Chinese Tao, the primeval unity or first cause, also conveys the idea to speak. By the word of the Lord the heavens were made, states the Hebrew psalmist 33:6. This idea of the creative word of God, observes John Allegro, came to have a profound philosophical and religious importance and was, and still is, the subject of much metaphysical debate. But originally it was not an abstract notion. You could see the Word of God. In the Hebrew creation legend, the speech of the Creator is poured out as spittle or seed. The most forceful spurting of this seed is accompanied by thunder and the shrieking wind. The imagery takes us back to the thundering voice of Atum. In most creation myths, and certainly in the Egyptian and Sumerian prototypes, the Great Father, his life-bearing rays, his voice, word, and the company of gods, limbs, gods, limbs, all appear as powers seen and heard. The god is the celestial man, whose history became the overwhelming obsession of ancient ritual. Residing at the stationary center, the domain, which the Egyptians called the Maat, M-A-A-T, truth or wisdom, and the Mesopotamians denominated Apsu, residence of wisdom. The god commanded the cosmic revolutions. He was, in short, the creative intelligence, producing a new and harmonious celestial order. This was the heaven man, the ideal man, and the ideal king. In a later section of this book, I intend to show that ancient races the world over recorded pictures of the great god and his circular abode. The images were of the circle inside the bigger circle, and then the cross inside the circle. The second more complete form, showing streams of light radiating from the god to animate his city of heaven. The words which, in the ancient languages, denote this enclosure receive various translations as heaven, cosmos, world, land, earth, netherland, terms which take on vastly different meanings in modern usage. In their original sense, the words signified one and the same thing, a band of light which appeared to set apart the sacred ground of the great God from the rest of space. One cannot begin a survey of the Great Father without confronting his celestial enclosure. But a full discussion of this dwelling will be possible only after certain other aspects of the single God receive clarification. I mention the enclosure now in order to indicate the general and unconventional direction of this investigation. When texts cited in the following pages employ the terms heaven, earth, or world, the reader should know that the usual interpretation will not be my interpretation. Of the Egyptian Atum or Ra, I note these special characteristics. 1. Primeval unity. Atum is the one, but also the all. Though he is the solitary God of beginnings, an assembly of lesser gods emanate from him and revolve in his company. These secondary deities, the Puat or P-A-U-T or circle of the gods, constitute Atum's own limbs. Atum's body is the primeval cosmos, denoted by the circle in the sign. 2. Regulator. Atum is the stationary god, the firm heart of the sky. His hieroglyph, however, is the primitive sledge, signifying to move. As the central light or pivot, he imparts motion to. As the central light or pivot, he imparts motion to, or moves, the heavens, while he himself remains Imhotep, at rest. The celestial motions and the related cycles, he becomes the god of time. 3. The Word. The Egyptians recall Atum as the ancient voice of heaven. The Word came into being. All things were mine when I was alone. I was Ra, Atum, in its final manifestation. The text described the god's first manifestations as the bringing forth of his companions, his limbs, which issue or explode from the god as his fiery speech. This circle of secondary divinities receives the name Ku, K-H-U, meaning words of power, but also radiant lights or glorious lights. 4. Water god. A well-known character of the Book of the Dead includes this description of Ra. I am the great God who created himself. Who is he? The great God who created himself is the water. It is the abyss, the father of the gods. The great God and the celestial ocean, a lake of fire, are fundamentally one. The waters issue from the God, yet paradoxically give birth to him. 5. The seed. Atum is the masculine power of heaven, the luminous seed embodying all the elements of life, water, fire, air, etc., which flow from him in streams of light. He is the universal source of fertility, animating and impregnating the cosmos. What is most compelling about the portrait of Atum Ra is the numerous Egyptian divinities duplicate the image, the very traits of the great god. Outlined above are endlessly repeated in the figures of Osiris, Ptah, Horus, Khepera, and Amen, each of whom appears as the solitary god in the fiery sea, the God one who brought forth the company of gods as his own limbs, the God of the reverberating speech, the unmoving God producing celestial revolutions, the final source of waters and the impregnating seed of the cosmos, the universal monarch. The same cosmic figure whom the oldest races knew as the creator and supreme God appears in the myths as a terrestrial king, reigning over the Golden Age. His rule was distinguished for its peace and abundance, and he governed not one land alone, but the entire world, becoming the model of the good king. Every terrestrial ruler, according to the kingship rights, received his charisma and authority from this divine predecessor. No mythical figure remains more enigmatic than the great king, to whom so many ancient peoples trace their ancestry. Who was Osiris, the legendary ruler who led the Egyptians out of barbarism and reigned as king of the world? Who was Enki, whom the ancient Sumerians revered as the universal Lord and founder of civilization? The same figure appears repeatedly as one passes to India, Greece, China, and the Americas. For the Hindus, it was Yama. For the Greeks, Kronos. For the Chinese, Hong Ti. The Mexicans insisted that the white god Quetzalcoatl once ruled not only Mexico but all mankind. In North America, the same idea attached to the primordial figure Manabozho. So vivid are the recollections of the universal monarch that his story usually forms the first chapter in the chronicles of kingship, and the kingship rites meticulously preserve a memory of the god king's rule. Each stage in the inauguration of a new king reenacts the first king's life and death. The rites take the initiated back to the beginning, to the mythical creation. An extraordinary theme emerges in the original age of cosmic harmony and human innocence. The gods dwelt on earth. Presiding over the epoch of peace and plenty was the universal monarch, who founded temples and cities and taught humanity the principles of agriculture, law, writing, music, and other civilized arts. This golden age, however, ended in the god king's catastrophic death. What is most puzzling to modern commentators is that the king of the world, ruling on earth, is at the same time the creator, the God One. How did the ancients come upon this paradoxical notion? The Age of Kronos. Greek legends recall a remote and mysterious era of Kronos, the creator god who, wielding his sickle, ruled from the summit of Olympus, eventually displaced by his own son, against whom he warred violently. Kronos seemed to have appeared to the Greeks as a split personality, at once a radiant god, the very author of the world, and a dark demonic power. But in an old tradition with roots in the earliest antiquity, Kronos is preeminently the good king, his darker side concealed. First of all, the deathless gods who dwell on Olympus made a golden race of mortal men who lived in the time of Kronos, reigned in heaven without sorrow of heart, remote and free from toil and grief. Miserable age rested not on them. The fruitful earth, unforced, bare them fruit abundantly, and without stint. They dwelt in ease and peace upon their lands, with many good things, rich in flocks, and loved by the blessed gods. When Hesiod wrote these lines, the golden age of Kronos was but a faint and often confused memory. To observe antiquity of the idea, one need only refer to the cradles of ancient civilization, Egypt and Mesopotamia. Among the Egyptians, the father of the paradisal age possessed many names, but each tradition proclaimed the same original excellence of creation, subsequently corrupted. The peaceful epoch was distinctly the age of Kronos, under a different title. Throughout their history, the Egyptians believed in a time of perfection at the beginning of the world, observes Clark. In the earliest age, say the Egyptian sources, the great god was the first king, a ruler whose life served as a model for all succeeding ages. With the god king Osiris, the Egyptians constantly associated a vanished golden age. As King Osiris, the beneficent being, taught his subjects to worship the gods, gave them the arts of civilization and city, and disseminating wisdom from one land to another, he became the benefactor of the whole world. But his eventual murder brought worldwide destruction. Among classical writers, Herodotus, Diodorus, Plutarch, the idea prevailed that Osiris lived on our earth as a man, or a man-god. Egyptian sources, too, often portray him in human form. Yet the early religious texts say again and again that Osiris was the supreme light of heaven, ruling from the cosmic center. He was, in fact, the Lord of the gods, God One. His body formed the circle of the Duat, the celestial residence of the gods, and the secondary gods themselves constituted the limbs of Osiris. Indeed, the traditions of Osiris melt into those of Ra and God One, who came into being in primeval time. Just as Osiris' followers remembered his rule on earth, so did other Egyptians recall the terrestrial reign of the creator Ra. To this age, states Lindermant, the Egyptians continually look back with regret and envy to declare the superiority of one thing above all other things imaginable. It was enough to affirm it's like had never been since the days of Ra. It's like never had been since the days of Ra. Ra, the father of the gods, reigned over the terrestrial world, but wandered away when the heavens fell into disorder. All chronological tradition affirms that Ra had once ruled over Egypt, writes Budge, and it is a remarkable fact that every possessor of the throne of Egypt has proven by some means or other to have the blood of Ra flowing in his veins. But the same belief applied to Horus, the god king par excellence, as well as Atum, Khepra, Ptah, and Amen. The fact which must be explained is the memory of the creator king and his original age of abundance was far broader than any local tradition, and the story was not limited to Egypt, according to the theologian and historian Eusebius, who relates the account of the Babylonian priest historian Berosus. The ancient tribes of Chaldea owed their civilization to a powerful and benevolent figure named Onans, who ruled before the deluge. Prior to Onans, the tribes lived without order, like beasts, but the new god king, who issued from the sea, instructed mankind in writing and various arts, the formation of cities and the founding of temples. He also taught them to use the use of laws, of bounds, and of division, also the harvesting of grains and fruits, and in short, all that pertains to the mollifying of life he had delivered to men. And since that time, nothing more has been invented by anybody. The lands was simply the Greek name for the Babylonian Ea, the Sumerian Enki, worshipped in the cities of Eridu at the mouth of the Euphrates. The tradition dates to the earliest stage of Sumerian history, a time when the myths say that Enki and his wife, Damkina, governed the lost paradise of Dilmun, the pure place of man's genesis. They alone reposed in Dilmun, where Enki and his wife reposed. That place was pure, that place was clean. In Dilmun, the raven croaked not, the kite shrieked not kite-like, the lion mangled not, the wolf ravaged not the lambs. The inhabitants of this paradise lived in a state of near perfection, drinking the waters of life and enjoying unbounded prosperity. Ruling over this favored domain, Enki introduced the civilization to mankind, founded the first cities and temples, and set down the first laws. If, in the account of Berosus, the bringer of civilization appears as a man or part fish, the earlier accounts call him the creator. His home was the cosmic sea, Apsu, the celestial waters of fire, rage, splendor, and terror. The priests of Ea, or Enki, deemed him Mumu, the creative word. How about that, Mumu, the creative word? Like the Egyptian creator, Enki brought forth the second gods through his own speech. Diverse localities worshipped the same cosmic power under different names. In the ancient city of Lagash, the priests honored the god Ninurta as the father of the paradisal age. Ninurta founded temples and cities, and years of his rule connected with the beginning of the world were years of plenty. Ninurta scaled the mountain and scattered seed far and wide, and the plants, with one accord, named him as their king. The Sumerians themselves knew that Ninurta was the same as the vegetation god, Tamuzi, or Tammuz, son of the Apsu, the shepherd of mankind, whom classical mythology knew as Adonis, and whose catastrophic departure or death became the focus of ritual lamentations for many hundreds of years. But Enki, Ninurta, and Dumuzi were only aspects of the creator An, whose ideogram, as previously noted, appears as the earliest Mesopotamian sign of divinity. In all the myths and temple hymns, the Sumerians distinguished the present age from that day, or the days of old, when the gods gave man abundance, the day when vegetation flourished, the supreme figure reigning over his remote age. This remote age was An, the central and highest light, whose foremost epithet was Lugal, king. The Sumerians claim that the very institution of kingship descended from the heaven of An. It was An who produced the beneficent age, which the destiny was fixed for everything that was engendered by An. When An engendered the year of abundance. How widespread was this memory of the Golden Age, founded and governed by the Creator himself? It appears that the tradition was either preserved in or migrated to every section of the world in Mexico. Legends recount the ancient rule of Quetzalcoatl, who appeared from the sea to become the good and wise ruler of the Tolan in the golden age of Anahuac. The legend describes the god as a lawgiver, teacher of arts, and founder of purified religion. He was the ancestral founding king, and all later Toltec kings considered themselves as direct descendants of Quetzalcoatl. The Toltecs sang. All the arts of the Toltecs, their knowledge, everything came from Quetzalcoatl. The Toltecs were wealthy. Their foodstuffs, their substance cost nothing. They say that the squash were big and heavy, and those Toltecs were very rich. They were very happy. There was no poverty or sadness. Nothing was lacking in their houses. There was no hunger among them. In the story of Quetzalcoatl, one finds the same confusion of man and God as in the legends of Egypt and Mesopotamia. The chronicler Sahagan writes, although this Quetzalcoatl had been a man, they respected him as a god. Indeed, he was the creator, for he made the heavens, the sun, the earth. The Toltecs claim that in the beginning their race knew only one God. Only one God did they have, and they held him as the only God. They invoked him. They supplicated him. His name was Quetzalcoatl. Not only was Quetzalcoatl the giver of life, the evidence proclaims that the first divine generation emanated directly from him. But eventually the god, like his counterparts around the world, suffered a violent fate, bringing to an end his golden age. To the Egyptian, Mesopotamian, and American Indian accounts of the remote epoch correspond numerous legends of India, Iran, China, and northern Europe. India, the Hindu Brahma, Yama, Vishnu, and Manu converge as representatives of a solitary supreme god and creator governing a lost paradise as the first king, setting forth the first moral codes and imparting to mankind the fundamentals of civilization. Yuma appears as universal lord, Manu as the king of the world, or universal legislator, to whom later monarchs traced their lineage. In the beginning, say the Upanishads, there arose the golden child. As soon as born, he alone was lord of all. That is, this was Brahma, the one God, the God one. His prosperous epoch, however, ended in his own death and world-destroying conflagration. Iran, Yima, The Iranian transcript of the Hindu Yama is patriarchal lord of mankind, the brilliant Yama, who first introduced law and civilization to the world. His age knew neither cold nor heat, neither age nor death. So resplendent was his rule that the world assembled around his throne in wonder. Then, when Yama diverged from the path of justice, the glory fled from his kingdom, and he was put to death. Thereupon the eternal spring became a devastating winter. China, in the earliest age, according to the ancient Chinese lore, the purest pleasure and tranquility reigned throughout all nature. Mankind suffered neither hunger nor pain nor sorrow. The whole creation enjoyed a state of happiness. All things grew without labor, and a universal fertility prevailed. It was over just such a paradise that the Yellow Emperor, Huang Ti, ruled. Considered the father of the Taoist religion, Huang Ti was the creator, a universal lawmaker and founder of arts and civilization. He was also immortal, and his fruitful era vanished upon his death. Northern Europe. During the Peace of Frodi, a mythical Danish king, no man injured another, and a magical mill ground out peace and plenty for the entire land. Frodi was the Norse god Frey, founder of temples and religious rites, the generous lord under whom peace and fruitfulness abounded, both the lord of the Swedes and god of the world, in the footsteps of the Scandinavian Odin, the creator. Well-being, peace, and good seasons followed. The legends style him the first king, the inventor of arts, and the source of human wisdom. But the age of Frey dissolved in flames, just as Odin and his prosperous kingdom came crashing down in the fires of Ragnarok. Here, then, is a worldwide motif, deeply ingrained in the religious and historical records of all principal races. The idea of Edenic happiness of the first human beings constitutes one of the universal traditions, states Lenormant. Ministering over his age is the universal monarch. While extolled as the solitary supreme God and the creator of the world, he yet appears as a ruler on earth, the ancestor of terrestrial kings. By his teaching, mankind rose from barbarism. But in the end, the god met a catastrophic fate, and his death or departure brought a violent termination of the First World Order. The rites of kingship. The ritual surrounding ancient kings amounts to a summary of ancient beliefs about the universal monarch. For every local sovereign was the successor and representative of the great god, who ruled the world during the Golden Age. The rites of kingship testify to the enormous power which the collective memory of this god-king held over later generations. Chronicles of kingship from Egypt to Mesopotamia, to Persia, to China, to Italy, to Northern Europe, to pre-Columbian Mexico all trace the line of kings back to the first king, a supreme cosmic deity who founded the kingship rites. When history begins, there are kings, the representatives of the gods, states Hokart. No greater mistake could be made by historians than to assume that the sovereignty of kings grew out of economic or material concerns. Instead, the crucial forces were religious. The king was a product of ancient ritual, and the ritual centered on cosmic beliefs, which for several millennia could not be shaken loose. To comprehend the mighty influence of kingship in the ancient world, one must penetrate the mystery of the king's prototype, the universal monarch. In the first king's life and rule originated the prerogatives and obligations of all local sovereigns. It was the duty of every king to perform the rites instituted by the great god in the beginning, and to renew, if only symbolically, the primordial era of peace and plenty. In the ritual, the king turns the wheel of law, first turned by the great god, rides on the god's own cosmic ship, takes spouse the great mother, mistress of the great father, builds temples and cities patterned after the god's celestial abode, and subdues the forces of darkness, barbarians, just as the god defeated chaos in the beginning. Whatever the marvels of the great father, is the duty of each local king to repeat them, or at least ritually to reenact these accomplishments, as if he were the great god himself. In his study of kingship in Egypt, Henry Frankfurt tells us that the great god was the first king. Whether named Ra, Khepri, or Atum, he is the prototype of Pharaoh, and the texts abound in phrases drawing the comparisons to certify his authority as a successor of the universal monarch. The king credits himself with having introduced the age of abundance, like that of ancestral sovereign. Thus, Thutmose III not only sits upon the throne of Atum, but claims to have achieved what had not been done since the time of Ra, and have restored conditions as they were in the beginning. Amenhotep III strives to make the country flourish as in primeval times. Similarly, when the Sumerian king Dungi ascended the throne, the people supposed that a champion had arisen to restore the paradise which existed before the flood, but was lost through transgression. Each king states Alfred Germanius, primeval king. Each king states Alfred Germanius was expected to reproduce the wonders of the great god, the primeval king. Thus does Ansabernerpal proclaim that upon his ascension to the throne, Raman has sent forth his rain. The harvest was plentiful, the corn was abundant, the cattle multiplied exceedingly. Among the Hebrews, every king is a Messiah, and at times the hope is expressed that the king will introduce a new golden age. Each is the test of the just or good ruler, who brings prosperity and a fruitful earth. This belief, which seems to have held sway over the entire ancient world, receives insufficient attention from historians. It points directly to an extraordinary memory of the universal monarch. Consider Homer gives as the ideal a blameless king whose fame goes up to the wide heaven, maintaining right, and the black earth bears wheat and barley, and the trees are laden with fruit, and the sheep bring forth and fail not, and the sea gives store of fish, and all from his good guidance, and the people prosper. Can this be anything other than the lost age of Kronos? Why should a fertile soil confirm the righteousness of kings? The connection becomes clear once one takes the universal monarch as more than an esoteric fiction and recognizes him as the shaping force behind the ideals of kingship. Just as peace and plenty followed in the footsteps of the first ideal good king, they should follow those of his successors who share the charisma of the great predecessor. The further we go back in history, observes Young, the more evident does the king's divinity become. And in the Near East, the whole essence of kingship was based far more on theological than political considerations. It was self-evident that the king was the magical source of welfare and prosperity, and for the entire organic community of man, animal, and the plant. From him flowed life and prosperity of his subjects, the increase of the herds, and the fertility of the land. This image of the local king is drawn directly from the image of the universal monarch. Thus did the ancient ruler call himself king of the world, and claim to radiate power and light. Thomson tells us that the Mayan ruler declared himself as something like King of Kings, ruler of the world, regent on earth of the great Itzamna, a sort of divine right of kings, which would have turned James I green with envy. Walt Thomson calls an inflated notion of grandeur, seems to characterize all ancient kings, who shine like the sun and direct the heavenly motions. But the reason must be appreciated. Every king was, in a magical way, the universal monarch reborn. The institution and ritual of kingship point to the same great God and the same golden age, as do the myths of cosmic beginnings. And what historical conditions did this collective memory originate? And if the universal monarch governed the entire heavens as God one, why was he called an ancestor? The subject, the heaven man, would be next.
The Saturn myth, Saturn's cosmos. The ancients preserved more than mythical historical accounts of Saturn's rule. From one section of the world to another, the planet god's worshippers drew pictures of the Saturnian configuration, and these pictures became the universal signs and symbols of antiquity. In the global lexicon of symbols, the three most common images are the enclosed sun, the circle inside of the circle, the sun cross, which is a cross, and the enclosed sun cross. It appears that every ancient race revered these signs as images of the preeminent cosmic power. In Mesopotamia and Egypt, the signs occur in the earliest period. Prehistoric pottery and rock carvings from Crete, China, Scandinavia, Africa, Russia, Polynesia, and the Americas suggest that numerous accounts, rites centered on these simple forms, which became the most venerated images in the first hieroglyphic alphabets. But what did these signs signify to the ancients? With scarcely a dissenting voice, scholars routinely tag them as solar symbols. They tell us that such renderings of the sun are perfectly natural, that is, they must be natural ways of representing the sun, because one sees the signs everywhere. Though everyone seems to agree on the solar origins, many disagree as to what the signs depict. In the image of the circle inside the circle, does the outer band represent a perihelion, atmospherically caused halo around the sun, or does it stand for the circle of the sky? Some commentators suggest that the outer circle is itself the sun, leaving open the question of the meaning of the enclosed dot. Similarly, in evaluating the sign of the cross inside the circle, the experts cannot agree whether the four arms of the cross denote rays of the sun or 4/4 of the world. It is also said that the four arms depict spokes of an imagined sun wheel rolling across the sky each day. Is it necessary to point out that these differences of opinion immediately throw into question the common claim that the signs are natural solar emblems? So long as the meaning is uncertain, one can hardly state that a symbol is a natural expression of anything. Yet surely those experts who debate the significance of the sun symbols must wonder why the ancients, with one accord, inscribed the same images the world over. Consider the relatively complex sign of the cross inside the circle. The basic form occurs along with many variants on every continent.
whatever it may signify. It is more than a simple drawing of the sun. If it is a solar image, then one must assume not only that the sun worshippers around the world instinctively adopted the sun to a more complicated abstract form, but that every ancient sun cult drew upon the same abstraction. Why? The enclosed sun cross is not an abstraction. It simply records what the ancients originally saw. It is a literal drawing of the polar sun, passed down from earliest antiquity. The image of Saturn, the universal monarch, rarely do archaeologists seeking to interpret the widespread sun symbols consult ancient mythology. Yet, the myths explain the symbols, and the symbols illuminate the myths. Largely overlooked by archaeologists are the hundreds upon hundreds of myths and liturgies focusing on the cosmic images, and ancient sources reveal a worldwide concern with a concrete celestial form, an ideal configuration, identified as the great God and his heavenly dwelling. The subject is not the present world order, but the former. The symbols, legends, and sacred hymns attempt to preserve a memory of Saturn and the primeval cosmos. The enclosed sun. When Saturn appeared alone in the cosmic waters, a brilliant band congealed around the god and his celestial island. This band was the original cosmos, often portrayed as a revolving egg, a coil of rope, a belt, or a shield enclosing the central sun. The sacred hymns and creation legends of ancient Egypt say that the Creator arose from the cosmic sea. A vast circle appeared around the god, forming the original place, the place of the primeval time, or the province of the beginning. The primeval dwelling was the island of Hetep, H-E-T-E-P, a steadfast revolving enclosure. Egyptian texts of all periods offer vivid images of this enclosure on the waters, called the Golden Pie-land, P-A-I, Pie-land, the island of fire, the divine emerging primeval island, or the island emerging in Nun, the cosmic waters. Diverse sources agree that the island of creation stood at the cosmic center and that it was the residence of the Creator himself, the central sun. Thus, while Osiris is the motionless heart in the island of fire, Atum, the stationary heart of heaven, is the sole one who is alone, who made his heart in the island of fire. In the following pages, I shall attempt to show that Egyptian sources depict a band as something seen, the god's visible dwelling in heaven. Indeed, the Egyptians, and all other ancient races, were so preoccupied with the Saturnian band that they elaborated a vast symbolism presenting the same enclosure under wide-ranging mythical forms. Yet, standard treatments of ancient myth and religion say little or nothing of the enclosure, and even less do writers on the subject seem aware that the pictograph of the enclosed sun, the dot inside the circle, is a straightforward portrait of Saturn and his legendary home. It is not for want of evidence that the experts have missed this connection. The only obstacle is the priori worldview of the researchers themselves, who presuppose that all references to the primordial light god can only signify the solar orb in connection with our sun today. The ancient language of the enclosure will either appear esoteric or meaningless. Of Ra, the coffin texts say, "We honor him in the sacred enclosure. Ra is the sender forth of light into his circle. I am the one who is in his circle," he announces. What could this terminology signify in relationship to the solar orb, since our sun possesses no perceptible relationship to an enclosure or circle? The translators will likely ignore the terms or contrive a complicated metaphysical concept to explain them. Through the Egyptian hieroglyph for Ra is the circle with the dot in the middle. And though this sign, taken literally, immediately illuminates the foregoing references, no one seems inclined to take the sign or the text literally. To the enclosure around the sun, the Egyptians gave the name Aten, a term familiar to every student of Egyptian religion. Spacious is your seat within the Aten, reads the coffin text. One of Ra's titles is Am Ateneth, the dweller in his Aten. Both Atum and Horus possess the same title. Similarly, the Book of the Dead invokes Osiris, O great God who liveth in thine divine Aten. Since the Egyptian pictograph of the Aten is the dot with the circle, or just the circle, it should be clear that the term refers to a circle enclosed housing the sun god. But from the beginning, Egyptologists have attempted to explain the Aten as the sun itself, translating the word as the solar disk, rather than clarify the Egyptian concept. Such a translation only confuses the sun god with his celestial dwelling. One Egyptologist, for example, states that the Aten was the sun, and that the sun was conceived as the window in heaven, through which the unknown God, Lord of the disk, shed a portion of his radiance upon the world. Having identified the Aten with the solar orb, the writer concludes that the God who resides in the Aten is the invisible God. Budge voices a similar opinion when he calls the Aten the material body of the sun wherein dwelt the god Ra, as if Ra himself were an invisible power and the solar orb the visible emanation of the dwelling of the god. It is impossible to reconcile such a metaphysical interpretations without the concrete imagery of the Aten in Egyptian texts. The Aten is indeed the visible window in heaven and the body of the sun. But this window or body is surely not the solar orb. It is, as the Aten sign, which is the dot with the circle, indicates a band housing the sun, and the primeval sun is Saturn. The same misunderstanding occurs in the case of the Egyptian term Ku and Kut. That's K-H-U and K-H-U-T, Kahut. The terms refer to the circle of glory, or the brilliant circle, conceived as a fixed place, the place where the primeval sun shines forth through. The Egyptians regarded this circle as the visible emanation of the Creator. Standard translations render Ku as spirit or soul, implying an unseen power, and Kahut, K-H-U-T, as horizon, suggesting the place of the solar sunrise. Both translations violate the literal sense of the words. Literally, the Kahut, written with this sign, is the Mount of Glory. The circle of the Ku, or Kahut, was the glory, halo, nimbus, or aureole, of the Creator, what the Hebrews called the Shekinah, the encircling glory of God, and the Greeks, Stephanos, circle or crown of glory. Indeed, every figure of the Creator stands within the luminous ring, always considered as his own emanation. The band is not only the God's halo, his dwelling at the cosmic center. In diagrams of the cosmos, observes J.C. Surlett, the circle space is always reserved for the Creator, so that he appears as if surrounded by a circular or almond-shaped halo. If one accepts the immediate sense of the archaic terminology, the enclosure was no abstraction. It was Saturn's shining band. The Babylonian Anu, Saturn, was the high one of the enclosure of life, is dwelling the brilliant enclosure. Here, too, the enclosure becomes the place of the primeval sunrise. The Maori of New Zealand know the planet Saturn as Perkaru, whose name conveys the meaning circlet, or surrounding band. From this name of Saturn, Stowell concluded that the natives could see the present Saturnian ring with the naked eye, something all astronomers know to be impossible today. When the African Dogon draw Saturn, they depict it as an orb within a circle, a fact which Robert Temple, in his book The Serious Mystery, cites as evidence for seemingly inexplicable Dogon astronomical knowledge, which he contends was introduced to the ancients by extraterrestrial visitors. But no one asks whether the order of the solar system may have changed, allowing for a once visible Saturnian band. The Lost Island. For the primeval enclosure, the Egyptians employed a variety of interrelated symbols. The circle of the Ku, or Aten, was nothing other than the island of fire, the province of beginning. A single spell of the coffin text thus identifies Ra as the noble one who is at the land of the island of fire, but also calls Ra the god who is in the Aten. The subject is not two different enclosures, but one enclosure under two different titles. And this identification of the central sun as the enclosed or encircled god appears to throw the light on endlessly repeated myth of the Lost Island, which the Greeks called Ogygia, one of the two. The island of Kronos, Saturn, in the farthest north, occurs under many different names the world over. The White Island, the Floating Island, the Revolving Island. May not these primeval dwellings simply echo the Saturnian enclosure? One recalls the words of Dionysius of Halicarnassus. Haste to the realms, rings of Saturn, shape your course, where Catoil's famed island wandering floats on the broad surface of a sacred lake, the abyss. Not of our earth, the lost isle floated in the sea of heaven. Japanese legends recall the ancient cradle of life as Onagora, a floating island, the drifting land, which congealed on the waters. This was the Isle of Congealed Drop. Its location, states a native commentator, was originally the North Pole, which it eventually moved to its present position. Not of our earth, the lost isle floated in the sea of heaven. Japanese legends recall the ancient cradle of life as Onagora, a floating island, the drifting island, which congealed on the waters. This was the Isle of Congealed Drop. Its location, states a native commentator, was originally the North Pole, from which it eventually moved to its present position. O'Neill properly relates the Japanese isle to the floating island of Delos, raised from the sea by Poseidon. Another name for this island was Ortigia, which O'Neill connects with the Latin verto, Sanskrit vart, to churn. Answering to the same tradition are the floating islands of the Argonautica, called the Strophades, or the Isle of Churning. In the voyages of the Celtic divine hero Meldian, the adventurer encounters a fabulous isle in the midst of the sea. Around the island was a fiery rampart, and it was ever wont to churn around and about us. Examples are too numerous to receive elaborate treatment here. The primeval, revolving island of Rhodes and the Corcyra, wheel, which gave its name to the Cyclades, the white island of Zeus in the midst of the sea. The floating Hindu white island, Shweta Dwipa, at the polar center. The lost Toltec white island of Tula in the center of the world. Without exception, the shining, floating, revolving islands are esteemed as the place where history began and seem to answer to the same archaic tradition as the Egyptian province of the beginning. The revolving enclosure around the central sun. It is possible that the ancients actually saw the mythical island, that the isle was not a geographical location, but a visible band enclosing Saturn, one must consider several closely related images, which also imply a visible band around the ancient sun planet. The egg. A hymn from the Egyptian coffin text reads, "I was he who came into existence as a circle, he who was the dweller in his egg. I was the one who began everything, the dweller of the primeval waters." Here the reference is to Atum as the creator of the egg. But other traditions say of the great god Ptah, he had created the egg which proceeded from Nun, the cosmic waters. That is, in the Book of the Dead, the light god shines as the mighty one within the egg. Homage to thee, O thou holy God, who dwellest in thine egg. As the stationary light god turns round about, his egg revolves around him. I am the God who keepeth opposition in the equipose, and his egg circleth around. O thou who circlest round within thine egg. Atum, as governor of the revolving egg, is the Lord of time, for time is regulated by the motion around the egg, Clark tells us. Similar to the egg of Atum is the revolving sphere produced by the Orphic Kronos, time, who is Kronos, Saturn. The great Kronos fashioned in the divine ether the fiery sea, a silver egg, and it removed without slackening in a vast circle. To his revolving egg compares that of the Society Islands, creator Taora, the ancestor of all the gods, who sat in his shell in an egg revolving in endless space. The same egg appears in Hindu myth, set in motion by the central sun. Prajapata, Mircea Eliade finds recollections of the cosmic egg in Indonesia, Iran, Phoenicia, Lativa, Estonia, West Africa, Central America, and the west coast of South America as well. Certainly none of the later traditions improve upon the Egyptian texts, which describe the egg as the enclosure round Atum Ra. But one can hardly fail to be impressed by the consistency of the tradition, and even the alchemists, much of whose teachings descended from Egypt, remember the connection of the egg with Saturn. They recall the egg as a fiery enclosure on the primordial sea, a circle within a sun point in the center, circle with the dot. This world egg is the ancient Saturn, they say. Is not this cosmic egg the band which the Egyptians called Aten? O thou who art thine egg, who shinest from thy Aten, reads the Book of the Dead. Just as the Egyptian god-king is the ruler of all that the Aten encircles, so also is he powerful in the egg, or ruling in the egg. In celebrating the primeval egg, the priest commemorated the island of beginnings. Budge summarizes the Egyptian tradition. The first act of creation began with the formation out of the primordial watery mass of an egg, wherefrom issued the light of the day, i.e. Ra. Concerning the identity of this egg and the island or province of the beginning, the text from the temple of Edfu removes all doubt. Another name, or the province of the beginning, was the island of the egg. Egyptian sources thus suggest this equation. Aten, enclosure of the central sun, cosmic egg, primeval island. The bond to reside within the Aten is to reside in the coil or in the cord. The hieroglyphics depict the Aten as a cosmic bond or knot, indicated by an enclosure of rope with the ends tied together. Shin, coil or bond, may be written with the determinative circle with the dot, the Aten sign. The bond signifies both a boundary distinguishing the unified domain of the universal monarch from the rest of space in order marked by ceaseless, stable revolution round the central sun. It is the bond of regularity, she's Mot, protecting the god-king from the surrounding waters of chaos. Interesting. Accordingly, the Egyptian king considered it as the incarnation of the universal monarch, takes up symbolic residence within the celestial cord, acquiring the great god's power as ruler of all that the Aten encircles. The priests indicate this power of the Shin coil, and in order to accommodate longer names, they eventually expanded the coil to an ovoid form, which yielded the familiar royal cartouche, in which the names of all later kings were inscribed. Of this cosmic bond or not, the hieroglyphics offer many signs. Among them are these symbols, but each possess the same root meaning as a protective boundary defining the original dwelling of the Creator in heaven. The symbols convey the sense to circumscribe, to set the bounds. The Creator, as the measurer, prescribes the limits and measures out the sacred enclosure by stretching the cord round about, produced a unified dwelling, the primeval island, protected from the evils of chaos and darkness. But the ancient mythmakers conceived Saturn's enclosure as a cord binding together the gods' dwelling. Will explain why the Babylonian Inerta, Saturn, holds the Markasu, or bond of the cosmos. Langdon writes, the word Markasu, band, or rope, is employed in Babylonian philosophy for the cosmic principle, which unites all things, and is used also in the sense of support, the divine power and law which hold the universe together. The Orphic poet thus celebrates Saturn, Kronos, as the father of the blessed gods, as well as of a man. You who hold the indestructible bond. It is easy for contemporary writers to speak of Saturn's bond as an invisible principle holding the universe together. But in the original symbolism, one sees the bond as the shining boundary of Saturn's dwelling, the true cosmos. It was not in Egypt alone that the cord signified the edge or border. What the Greeks called, here's another one, pureta, rope or bond, possesses the additional meaning boundary. The Latin ora, cord, means also edge. A similar meaning attaches to the noose of the Hindu Varuna, or Yarna. The bond delimited and protected the sacred space occupied by the universal monarch, and its connection with the sign, circle with the dot, links it directly with Saturn's island egg. The garment, myth-making imagination also appears to have conceived the Saturnian band as God's girdle, collar, or belt. I am the girdle of the garment of Nu, shedding light, states a hymn from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. The great God is the girdled and mighty one, coming forth triumphantly. A common hieroglyphic determinative of the girdle or collar is the cord sign. The shield all creation legends involve a struggle between the light god and the destructive powers of the abyss, chaos. The mythic enclosure provides the god's defense against the turbulent waters which originally prevailed. The Egyptian enclosure, states Raymond, had the function of protecting the sacred area from the evil coming from outside. Aten was one of the numerous Egyptian names for this defensive rampart in heaven. The Aten makes thy protection, states the litany of Ra. The cosmic egg serves as the same fortress.
I am Horus, whose protection was made within the egg. The fiery blast of your mouths, the fiery water of chaos, does not attack me.
The band of Aten, circle with the dot, as the protective boundary, was the great god's shield, defending off what the texts call the fiends of disorder. It is this mythic history of the band which explains why the hieroglyphics, the shield sign, signifies sacred space in general. All who reside within the shield's enclosure occupied the safe and stable ground, cord belt, and shield coverage. The Great Father wears the cord as a girdle. It protects him as a shield, not merely in Egyptian symbolism, but in the international language of symbols. Why, for example, did divine figures from Babylonia to Greece to Mexico wear a sacred belt of rope? And why was the belt conceived as an impenetrable defense? Mexican illustrations of the divine shield show it to be nothing more than a circle of rope. It was certainly not practical experience which suggested the magical powers of a shield so conceived, but the mythical imagery of the enclosed sun is quite sufficient to explain such anomalies. The great god's shield and the celestial cord signified one and the same protective enclosure. If the ancients actually saw a band around Saturn, it is clear that the enclosure fostered diverse but interrelated mythical interpretations. A literal reading of Egyptian and other texts will confirm an extraordinary equation. Enclosure of the central sun equals, circle with the dot, primeval island, cosmic egg, cord, girdle, belt, collar, or shield. Concerning the overlapping images, much more needs to be said. The signs and the myths become comprehensible only when one relates them to the heavens of ancient times. Celestial shining, celestial island, egg, cord, girdle, and shield mean nothing more than a shining, revolving enclosure around the great god. Interesting. Was this band real or imagery? The equation can be answered by exploring certain other aspects of the enclosure. End of subchapter. The cosmos and the divine assembly. The sign of the enclosed sun, the circle with the dot, portrays a circle of secondary lights revolving about the stationary god and forming Saturn's cosmos. The mystic traditions farther present an apparent paradox. Obviously, he is the God One, the solitary God in the cosmic sea. Yet, he is the All, embracing a company of lesser gods. This is not a contradiction. In the first phase of creation, the God brought forth a circle of secondary lights. These issued directly from the God to become his visible limbs. It is the fundamental character of the God One, the Heaven Man, to unite in a single body all the secondary powers of the cosmos. In Pythagorean, Napoleonist, and Gnostic systems, the primal figure is the One, the All, whose symbol is the enclosed sun, circle the dot. Hindu mysticism offers the latter sign as an image of the primordial unity, and the same interpretation is repeated by the alchemists. Today one naturally thinks of the All as boundless space. The terms which translators render as cosmos, heaven, firmament, sky, or universe suggest to the modern mind a limitless arena of the sun, moon, planets, and constellations. But the original meaning of the All is bounded space, a place, the place, or place par excellence. The cosmos simply means the province of the God One, who as Lord of the All governs the province and is the whole of its parts. Having overlooked this restricted sense of the terminology that translators replace concrete meanings with ambiguity in the guise of modern-sounding metaphysics, the once visible dwelling of the central sun thus becomes, in all translations, all existence. Almost without exception, the translators fail to notice, 1, that the creator was Saturn, recalled as the central sun, and 2, that the sign of the central sun and the sun of the All were the same image, circle with the dot. The true cosmos was Saturn's enclosure. And nothing else is necessary in order for one to understand the ancient characterization of Saturn as the heaven man, whose body encompassed the cosmos. When Hildegard Louis reports that the Sumero-Babylonian priests of Saturn regarded the planet god as the embodiment of the whole universe, the modern mind boggles. Could the ancients have been so frivolous as to identify Saturn, the present barely discernible point of light, with the whole universe? The answer is that Saturn was not a mere speck of light, but a gigantic globe at the polar center, and the universe did not mean the open heavens, but Saturn's dwelling, the Enki, or band of the cosmos. Saturn's towering form filled the Enki. Zoroastrian texts describe the original cosmos as the body of Zervan, time, Saturn, a revolving wheel called the Spiller, the Spihr, S-P-I-H-R, which remained ever in the same position. The fall of the stationary wheel coincided with the collapse of the primordial era. The imagery suggests not unlimited space, but the tangible configuration of the enclosed sun. Accordingly, the latter mystic traditions, as reviewed by Jung, describe the image, circle with a dot, as the cosmic form of Adam, the anthropos, the original man or man on high, identified as Saturn. Always the body of this primal man means cosmos. The interrelated myths and symbols of Saturn's cosmos received remarkable clarification in the creation accounts and the liturgies of ancient Egypt. Though I briefly touched on the Egyptian texts in earlier discussions of the Heaven Man, amplification is necessary. End of subchapter.
Now, I'm pretty sure that that's the end of the David Talbot book. And I'm going to play a chat that we did a while ago. And then we'll wrap it up. I'm still kind of sick. It's hard for me to talk, so I'll tell you after the chat what I plan on doing. I was supposed to go to the hospital, but I canceled it for a week. I just started taking the ivermectin. So I figured to give it 10 days to see if there was going to be any improvement. And there has been some. So that's making me think positively again. And, well, we'll talk about it later. I got a chat to play after this, and then we'll be done. I'll be doing okay.
With an email. Okay.
Things do, and I think this could be applied to the energetics of the planets rather than purely this looking at it from A, gravity, and B, heat and temperature.
Oh well, clearly you're right. I mean, I've been arguing about that for years. I totally understand. There is nothing in us, most cells, to tell it how to grow unless it has some sort of outside influence to impact it to make it grow a certain way. I mean, as you are probably aware, there's basically no difference between monkey, a cow, and a human at like 3 months. You know, we're just the same little embryos type of thing. And then suddenly because of the DNA, it expresses itself differently inside a field. This is my main concern about going to Mars. You might get to Mars, you might even be able to live there, but what do you grow there if you, like, what will food look like? Like, this was supposed to be a cabbage. Doesn't look like a cabbage to me. And that doesn't even talk about babies. Not from mutations. I just simply mean that.
No, I understand.
Grow.
What is it, David Llewellyn, or what I think his name is, in the US? Well, you know, like they do micro, and they change, you know, like get things to grow, arms and stuff like that.
Oh yes, changing pressure and stuff.
Changing the electrical. Yeah. Yes.
Oh yes, definitely.
This is and this simulation is if you're looking at from a solar, this being the sun, the part of the center part of the system.
they basically it will all behave the same way. Like basically from the Earth's perspective, it will look the same whether or not it's doing the well, I'll call it the Copernicus way versus this way.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
The same observations can produce both models exactly.
Well, except that this one has a problem with, as you said, well, there's two problems I see with it. I think this system is looking at these things the way that conventional astronomy looks at these things, or astrophysics, which are separate bodies with a bunch of empty space around them. And then the trouble is that the tail of Earth, if we could see it in this thing, will point directly away from the sun, no matter where. And all of them will point directly away from the sun because we're inside the sun's sphere of influence, and as such, the electric field. So there will be a tail on every planet. Well, even Mars has a tail, but it's really thin because it has no magnetic field. It has an electric field.
I think that's right, but the point is that all the outer planets seem to revolve around this barycenter of Earth and Mars, which revolves around the sun as well.
Well, that probably isn't true, but let's just say it is. That is the way it should be, because all of what basically from our point of view, I think that is why we called it the underworld, where gods go to die. When basically we looked out along the outer planets, like basically outside this, like you just look down south, because obviously if God was the North Pole, then south would be anywhere along the equator. And then there's that, assuming there was rings or no rings, but if there was rings, they cross the 7 rings, and then they go out to die out in the Hades' netherworld there. And they seem to not really do much except for stay in the same spot, because the distance between Earth and the other orbit of Earth is only 1 astronomical unit, so it's 2 in total. And the closest gas giant is 5 astronomical units away. So we could only ever see it by a degree, like 20 degrees off of its face from the sun. We could never really see it as anything but orbiting this group of planets, which are very close to the inner solar system. Which I generally agree with. In principle. If you didn't know, you could take the Mars, Earth system and all that, and just say they're just moons of the sun because they're so damn close. If you want to think of it that way, obviously not though. But well, clearly yes. It's much more likely that Mars and Mars and Saturn. It came from their own system with Earth, but it's also looking at just Jupiter and Venus alone. It's clear that they are aligned with the sun. They are almost perfectly up and down with it. So, I think Jupiter's 9 degrees off. That's it.
Yeah, I should be able to find that on here. In fact, hopefully I can actually.
And according to the mythos, while Kronos was a Titan, Jupiter orbited inside of it, though it was orbiting around the sun. We only saw it in the morning and the evening, like we do with Venus. That's the big hint, by the way, that something's inside of our orbit, is the fact that we can only see it on the morning and evening, because if it's outside of our orbit, we can see it all night long. But if it's inside our orbit, like Venus is, we have to basically... any time it would be in view would also be when the sun is in view, so the sky is blue. But if, as the morning and evening rolls around, sun goes down, Venus pops up and goes high, and then disappears. Or shows up in the morning and does the same thing. I was meaning axial tilt, not degrees tilt off of the center of the ecliptic of the sun.
Oh, I see, yeah.
It's called Old Timers, and it's happening to me. It's very scary. I couldn't even remember that guy's name just a moment ago. I'm like, why is this happening to me? Well, I am happy Well, that's old age. Yeah, my father acts like that. Like, that's why it's like people are going and saying, so, not that I want to be political, but it's like he's acting weird. No, he's acting perfectly normal for someone who's over 80. I mean, not that I'm securing anything. You know, this is not a promotional deal. I just meant, generally speaking, that's how it works. You know, you get old. And,
so, yeah.
Yeah, and now, I mean, even watching. If I might take a very small break, even looking at watching Captain Kirk William Shatner come online, he wasn't as sharp as he was 10 years ago. He's 93 years old or 94 years old now. So, and congratulations to him for being the oldest man in space. But I mean, I give him credit for that. I mean, he's in the Guinness Book of World Records. Congratulations. But the other gentleman who blew my mind had two strokes. Kirk Douglas, not Kurt, but Kirk, the old one. And he was doing an interview with, I think it was The Daily Show about 10 years ago when he was 101. You know what I mean? And he had trouble speaking because only half of his face could move, but he was a whippersnapper. Like, I swear to God, he could tell you stories just boom, 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 boom. Like, once I had to break through his, I'll say, language barrier. Once I understood what he was saying, because obviously I've heard him act before, so I'm Spartacus, the whole thing, But he was very articulate. Obviously, that's the part that does scare me, where your body fails you, either mind or body. That's. I mean, I already feel the depression and suffering of just not being able to climb the way I used to, or walk, or. Yeah. Well, given your age, there are reasons to want to go a different route, because it's much easier to survive weekly poisonings. That's basically what chemo is. If you're younger, clearly below 50. I mean, that's just fact. But obviously, if my mother, for example, she was under 50 and she had breast cancer, as many women I found in my community did, not over an abundance amount, obviously, but still. And I was like that's scary stuff. And I'm not even sure what that is. Gonna make your hair white? Are you trying to become a punk rocker? Just wait longer, your hair will get white. I would assume that low amounts would be because I think it's a poison. Right, but okay. See, I did not know that. I probably would have just been I would have just ingested. I would be sitting there. What are you doing? Well, this is my cannabinoid intake for today. I'm trying to stop cancer. Not that I want you to stop, but I am recalling a story, and you've probably even seen the picture. There was a drug that was invented in the 1930s that its main ingredient was radon or something like that. It was obviously radioactive, and he felt great energy after he took the pill or took whatever. The problem became, obviously, it was radioactive. And you probably saw the picture. He had great energy until it started wearing down, and he would take more to up the, to want to keep his energy up. But what was happening is he was killing off cells so they weren't needed to be fed anymore. Like the body was just, cells were dying, so he was excreting them. That's why he had the energy, because the cells didn't have to, do that. Eventually, you probably saw the picture of that horrible picture of the guy with only the top of his face and no jaw. That was from that. That's that guy. So I'm not trying to tell you, because I know it's not radiation, but still, that's what he said. He said, I felt a burst of energy. And yeah, well, you see, we had to take his jaw off. Like, that must have sucked. Bad decision. Bad decision. Well, that's the problem. It was the reason why we had to invent food, health, and safety, because, I mean, it wasn't so bad when they were making you eat eat this muscat urine or something, and this will cure all, or whatever. That's just snake oil salesmen. But once they started dumping radiation into them, it was like, this is a great idea. No. Oh, I'm not doubting that. Don't get me wrong. I don't know anything about to even contest the claims. That being said, I'm always wary of that kind of thing because you never know. But if you're getting it, I mean, they can't do that anymore, clearly. They won't even let you get near radiation, probably for good reasons. But yeah, I was always, at least you have that. I wouldn't even know what to do. I would be at a loss. Oh. I'm glad I got here, though. I'm glad at least I got to see this. I had no idea that, in a way, it kind of reminds me of flat Earth thinking, but at the same time, it does give you, even just taking something out of what it was normally looked like I mean, all the engines in the world were built that way, just by thinking outside the box and trying to use this strange right-hand rule power to make cool magnetic things turn. Well, this just stepping out and looking at the solar system from just the inner solar system being this little pattern, and then looking out at the other ones, you can see maybe something different, a way that we didn't see before. And I'm always interested in looking from that point of view. Well, I hate to be late, but that's okay. Please.
Okay, chaps.
I would love to, and I don't know who else is with you, Andrew, but if there is, or if there's someone else, hi, because no, okay, good. Phew. I was just hearing two voices. I thought I was hearing two people, but
yeah, there's me and Andy as well. There's Greg. That's it.
Yeah,
oh, Greg and Andy.
I'm here too.
Oh, yeah. See there,
and Nick.
Perfect. Yeah, that's what I was missing. All right, let's. Well, I'd hope, yes.
So those patterns, Neil, that were coming up on that, what Nick was running, the Tycho thing.
Yes.
I've seen, but some of Buddy's geometry's got similar patterns.
Oh, yes.
Some of Dan Winter's work. Some of Dan Winter's work has similar pattern arrangements.
Since we're going,
then you go to some of the earlier stuff that Bo did before he got off track. He had that toroidal system.
They do that, do they? Like they sort of just works good, and then sort of like Oregon, that stuff that made it rain. Yes, he thought he embedded a new power, but it's
Yeah, so it's something, and like I say, this fella that was doing this talk, he's not claiming anything new. He's just saying we've been doing the research and this is what we're putting together. As we're doing the research, this is becoming more evident. And
yeah,
well, they're not wrong. That we do have some very beautiful enigmas, especially with even just stars moving in different orders, like Sirius.
It takes a lot of the complications out of the system if you analyse the data this way. And of course, he's got a massive. Sirius is basically a completely binary copy of us as far as he's concerned. With
there you go.
Sirius,
see. Well, no, it's just interesting, just noting that because of the precession. When you mentioned precession, that's immediately popped into my mind.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, and the idea too, like Nick said, and that you seem to have everything seems to be paired, and when you look at life, and when you look at life
is paired very much right along the collarbone, I think.
And we're only, we're only sort of a small part of the big system, aren't we?
That's true. A lot of us have. Well, you wouldn't know it by seeing some of the drivers on the highways, but. But still, I wanted to point out something very interesting that just in case you haven't seen it, and I'm not going to ruin your time here, so let's be quick. The gentleman, Terrence Howard, was saying some of my stuff to the people at Joe Rogan and stuff, and it was very interesting to hear it come out of his mouth. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna diss the parts that are his, because I don't believe or know them all, and it would be unfair. But to hear, no, there was more energy in the atmosphere during the times of pyramids. I was like, dude, I'm like the only one who've ever said that. Like literally, not even anyone has ever said that before regarding what would happen if during the age of Saturn, if it was electrically impinged by a larger electric field, it would push in like the ionosphere into the atmosphere. It would be closer. And that alone would increase the volts per meter. Now, I said it like that. Of course, he said there was more energy in the past, and they were making electric pyramids with thunders, and I was like, oh, God. But it was nice to at least see the expression. And since I have them all saved on tape, I'm not exactly worried about being able to point out later that I did actually say it first. But still, I'm not looking for any payouts. It was just interesting. Now I want to go say, I'm the one who taught Terrence Howard to even know it. Put me on Joe Rogan. Anyway, still funny. I just thought you guys would like that, because that's what we're doing. I mean, I'm just doing this for science. I want to know different things so we can see it from different perspectives, understand why is it making these patterns? Why are there relationships? Are there like wave interference that could explain all of the way that satellites are put off track? Or, I mean, even if it's not true, we might find information that could lead us other paths. And I'm all for that, because seeing the same thing over and over, I mean, just imagine like 100 years ago, all we saw was black and white pictures. We couldn't even see color in space. And we based the entire system of stellar birth on a bunch of white dots.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, just think about it. We have no really idea what we're doing. It's very funny. But we're getting there. At least we're getting.
Nick, under that Tycho system, we've basically got precessions within precessions. So you've got Earth and you've got other bodies within our solar system. So you've got, and like when you're talking about that with the pyramids, that is quite possible that if you followed that over the period of a full precession or two, that you would get to a point where what you were saying, Neil, could be correct.
Well, yes, of course. You can see patterns that you never saw before. Like it might not even be, like I said, it doesn't necessarily have to be 100% perfect to see something new from a different point of view. I mean, we all thought that, I totally believed in the clockwork center universe, but ever since I realized that the tails of planets, of the inner planets anyway, touch each other, and they transfer energy, well, then I have to debate this whole idea. And you can sit there like this, look at this inner solar system, maybe there's something to that. Now, obviously, I do believe that we sent the Voyager probes past Jupiter and stuff like that. So that being, I don't think they would have gotten that right had they screwed up the math that bad. So I give credit where credit is due there. There's probably not going to be the truth of this, but seeing something with patterns like this, especially if there was something else going on at the same time, could explain so much. Or the idea that they could somehow be drawing these patterns themselves and understanding them on a level that we don't, or we couldn't think that they could. I mean, just by drawing it this way, let's just say you saw a picture like that, drawn just like that, somewhere on a wall, you'd be sitting there going, how the Greek could they have done basically the Ptolemaic system this far back? Let's say we found one in, I don't know, Göbekli Tepe or something underneath a rock. Yep. We would understand that. I mean, just by looking at it, they say, oh, they drew a flower. No, they didn't draw a flower. They think that they drew the orbits of the first 4 planets. from their point of view. Doesn't mean it's right, but that doesn't mean that we cannot find beautiful information from that, because even if it's wrong, they thought it was right and they drew it that way, and it is the way that we would draw it today using that point of view. Like, that tells me that they were definitely looking at the stars and definitely could track them, like more than many other people could. Like, that's just would blow you away, right? And so this is the kind of thing that I think that no matter what, I mean, if just 10 people listen to this and look up Tycho, or Tycho, I guess. Well, there's a crater name for him. He's a big guy, so. This, or? Yes. Stringy things, yes, but it's just a plasma tail. I don't know about Mercury, and it's how strong its tail is, because I don't know if we've ever sent anything through the tail of Mercury, but for regards to Venus and the Earth, yes. In fact, obviously they were, I mean, look at Greg's picture right there is showing Venus going, haha, I'm touching you with my tongue, and everyone's going, no, no problem, I'll scream and run away. And then there's, and then of course we know our tail touches Mars, because every time we try to take a picture at the apogee of our closest approach, they say, oh, there's another storm and we can't see anything. Really, every time we get close, there's a dust storm on Mars, and you don't see this as a, okay. I don't know why they have their job anyway. Oh yes, and that could influence the orbit. Like, I mean, like why the orbits change slightly to keep them in order. That could be a reason.
I'd actually like to see if there's any correlation between these types of orbits and what's been found out about listening cycles, picking up cycles. Well,
it certainly made me think about
discern,
the conditions.
They come in terms of electromagnetic and radioactivity and distinct. There's this New Zealand guy, Ray Tomes, I think he's called, and he's put all these cycles that he's detected into a kind of an almanac, and it'd be very interesting comparing many different types of effects, being economic ones, electromagnetic ones, reaction time ones.
That sounds like pi right there.
Rates. Yeah,
but apply the Fibonacci sequence to the stock market. Yeah.
Well, it's doing a similar
as an aside,
thing to that.
It's similar.
Yeah, he's doing a similar thing to that, but again, he's using, I think he's using Fourier analysis to find out these different waveforms and when they occur, when these repeating patterns seem to pop up, and a lot of them do seem to be cosmological. Now, I wonder if the effects should be heavier. The cosmological effects would be heavier using the Tycho-Brahe system or the solar system.
Well, I'd have to check the tails and stuff, and do some ideas, or do some calculations. But given what I see, that my initial thought is they'd all be pointing away from the sun. So if they're all pointing away from the sun, they wouldn't do this crossover as much. In the conventional sense, they do. So that I can see, but even with that, it doesn't make me not want to think about these. Like, one of the biggest correlations that someone pointed out to me, which was spooky, is the calculation between, if you look up the Earth and the Moon and Mars, they are perfectly aligned for Southeast Asia, December 24th, 2004. For that giant hit, where the giant earthquake hit at 9.3, they were all lined up perfectly, and it pushed in the atmosphere of the Earth. It went down about 30 or 40 kilometers of the ionosphere into the atmosphere, which means the same would have had to happen underneath the Earth. And, well, we all know that was the largest earthquake that we had since Alaska.
Wow. Yeah, that's it's.
So it makes you think that way, though. You know, like they say, no, gravity couldn't do that. Yeah, gravity might not be able to do that, but something else might.
I totally agree with that, and I think the whole thing is we've got this data, but no one's looking at it. I mean, people like me and you, Al,
yeah, exactly.
You've got a lot of experts who are working for the European Space Agency. They've got a right good computer programming job, but they're not particularly interested in what they're doing. You got to
understand, action at a distance was considered poppycock just 400 years ago. So they didn't believe in any of this stuff until Newton said, well, look at this apple. Oh, right, okay. And that's where people started to understand they can measure this stuff. But even then, they were playing around with electricity, and they didn't even name the electron until the next century.
The electron's only, like my grandfather, God rest his soul, is older than the electron.
Yeah.
He was born in, I have a picture of him in 1904 when he was about 1 year old or 2 years old with his horse, Old Barney. And this, this didn't come out till 1908, didn't it? Like electron theory. Oh, no, he died in 96, but that's why I said God rest his soul. But if he was alive, he'd still be older than, it's not that long ago is what I'm trying to say. And we're still, look what we've done with it here on Earth. But yet we still debate its existence in space. We're literally using it to talk to each other across the planet right now. And we say, but in space it's different. I don't, why? If it works on Earth and looks like this and we can do all this with it, surely our theory is well-founded, you know? I have no belief that giant humans are still kicking around anywhere, except for maybe, like I said, the closest we've ever had was the Saturnian Indians with the double rows of teeth and the red hair, which apparently they did find that cave again, and they're doing an investigation, which I thought was interesting. But they're only 7 or 8 feet tall. Then there was the ones from South America called the Patagonian giants, and they were apparently discovered by the conquistadors. And then, of course, or Cook. I can't remember now. Anyway, and you go further back, they said that they found 2 22 and 25-foot giants underneath Rome. And then you go back further, and then they talk about, just pictures. Like, if you just look at the animals that the ancient Egyptians drew, and realize how much bigger cows got over time. It's not the cow was getting bigger, it's the humans were getting smaller. And it appears that way. Please understand that you could read it that way. Let's say it that. And another one was these wonderful pictures of them making necklaces. Now, at first it makes no sense, because this necklace that they're making is a giant looking gold thing that's bigger than my desk. It's absolutely massive. And then they show these small people getting up and putting it around the neck of a big person. Now that doesn't really work for my brain. I'm having problems with that. Just because it's there doesn't mean that what it implies obviously is not instant. Like, for example, the melted stairs. Yeah, it was hit by a nuclear bomb. I'm like, or water could have spilled off stuff they were carrying and create calcification. Like, it's not hard to imagine. This stairway is 4,000 years old or more. You think stairs are going to look good after a few hundred years? Imagine a few thousand. But anyway. Well, no, of course. You get hit with the radiation. Most people don't know this, but fission-like radiation comes from lightning bolts. Lightning bolts right today, like a regular if you had a sensor there to watch it, you would see it get a spike of hard radiation when a lightning bolt goes off. But because they happen for a split second, and no matter, unless you get hit with it,
I mean, people who have gotten hit with lightning sometimes die of cancer-like symptoms, or their electric system is so messed up they just pass away after like 4 years or something. I don't know for sure, but these are just things that I have recalled. Others, of course, young, spry fellas have been fine. Others, I mean, a whole animals could get hit with them, but they usually die from the circular effect along where their legs were. They call it a secondary current because the pulse raises up high voltage, but it drops so much per meter as it goes away from the pulse of the electricity that there is a voltage difference between the front of the cow and the back of the cow, which means that there is a loop of current going through the cow, which causes it to die. Which is why, technically, you're supposed to basically keep your feet close together, your chances of death are quite much less because it's not going through your body. There's no loops. But anyway, you go in and look at this hard radiation. Well, imagine what a hard radiation that destroyed, let's say, well, if we take the Romans at their word, they say that the city north of them that was run by the Etruscans, who, as you could clearly hear just by the way they talked crazy talk, as basically the before time mentality of, like, the Romans were thinking and talking like us, but they were talking like as if their gods were real and they had to do all this other stuff. And, you know, like today they just do lip service to gods. A politician knows the practical situation. They clearly didn't understand the practical situation. Now, it's quite impossible for them to have blown up the entire city. But now, where that city was located, there is nothing but a 5-mile wide lake. And they said that it was hit by a giant bolt of lightning that more than a mile wide and destroyed it. And the radiation that comes off of that would be massive. Like, I mean, everyone that could see the blast would have been affected by hard radiation. I mean, it's quite possible. The only thing that in the Bible, if I could go through any sort of stories that really is hard for me to explain, is if the close approach of Mercury, that one, apparently the Tower of Babel is the written down text for that, and in any other book it's a similar story, but everyone lost their ability to speak. So basically the kids that could made up their own language based off of what they had. But that does seem to be correlate. Like, everywhere in the world seemed to invent language at the same time, but not really. They just all lost the ability to speak language at the same time and had to make up a new one. That's literally what the book says. Now, no, I don't necessarily believe in everything that is written, but it is the only planet that came close to us with a magnetic field. Earth, Venus, and Mars do not have any. Mercury does. The only other one that's the only thing I can think of that might have been different. It was the mouse, if you know, the messenger of the gods, the feet with wings, the mouse god, the Mercury, yeah, going back and forth, which means it was on elliptical orbit, crossing out and two like a comet, but it had to be visible at all times. So, but basically, it would go out and talk to gods out there and say, "What do you want to tell the ones in there?" Oh, see, he's coming back with a message to these gods, and then everyone would like imagine or think what the gods would say, you know, or the way they controlled it was they said, "We're going to go talk to the gods. Everyone wait out here, outside this cave. We're going to go in there, and that's where the god is, but he's also in the sky. Trust me, I know this. Close this door up. We'll be right back." And that way, it kept everyone's hallucinations the same. I mean, it would make perfect sense. You know, that's a way to control people. And instead of having, because when things get serious back then with their hallucinations, we're talking about or right now I'm talking about Julian Jaynes, the breakdown of the bicameral mind, 2700 BC, mental changeover that we all went through. Like, philosophy just suddenly got born, and before that we were totally literal. We didn't even have metaphor. So the situation becomes something like, we have to try to understand these people because they're our forefathers. Well, that's what Plato said. And then later, when he was an older man, he was saying, just kill them. They're useless. Same thing with the king of Priam, the king of Troy, which is Ilium at the time. And Ilium, yeah, I know that's kind of funny because Iliad means story of Ilium. So literally the title of that book is really Troy Story. That's hilarious. But anyway, he from the madmen of the desert, they were called, and brought 100 of them to entertain them for a little while, and then when they were done, they killed them all because they were just madmen. They were crazy. Like, they would talk about their gods as if they were real and, like, you know, coming down. But obviously at the time, this is basically when there was probably very little going on. You know, like, this is when the gods were dying. You know, like, they only show themselves during when we crossed, like, when they crossed the most energetic layer of the solar wind, so to speak. And then they would disappear from existence again, like half visible gods that, like, this is probably where the ghost idea came from, probably. But sorry for going on babbling there. Sorry, I just hit a nerve.
With what we were watching before,
yes,
those cycles over a period of time will re-emerge. You will once again get Mercury close to Earth. You'll get those changes. It's the same with what you were suggesting before caused that earthquake in 2004. Was there an event similar to that going back in time that created what we know now as that huge mass of water of the Pacific Ocean? So it pushed, you know, Earth had to go inward because of that. Is it also?
I do also wonder whether or not
that's now why we're smaller, because we're under different pressures of systems.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. There's nothing wrong with the idea of that, but I mean, just be reasonable and think. During the time of the Ice Age, we had 10,000 years or more of giant creatures. Just then. Okay, I don't know why they don't find this weird. It's like they just basically skip over growth. We had gigantic epithecus and all these other things, and long-armed bears and giant moose and everything else. And then that was 10,000 years ago, then stopped. Do we have giant people? No, blasphemy. Okay. And then you go, and then they just sort of skip over 65 million years ago, and then dinosaurs were really big too. Well, what about the intervening time? Oh, things were small. Why? I don't know. What? Like, there's no explanation for any of this. You know, like, basically just everything on the planet just got big. And they say, but not us. I'm like, are you sure? Because, you know, we're living things. I don't know if you noticed that, by the way. We're the same as them. You know, they're bears, we're people. So if they got big, shouldn't we get big?
There would be a good chance that on a proportional system, we would be proportionate to the size of those bigger animals at that time.
Someone else pointed out something that's also very interesting that might play into this or might not. If the current of the system is increased, it's a good possibility. In fact, basically what happens is the quote-unquote magnetic lines of force, quote-unquote, they're just a gradient, as you know. But if the gradient changes, that's basically called a changing magnetic field. So let's say the sun was impinged by a larger body. Just imagine that a giant fucking sun was going by us, not even close to us, but we were suddenly just sort of touching its outer field. So the sun now has to process, and its field has to shrink. Well, that, according to, if I lay down a piece of plexiglass with a bunch of metal ball bearings on it, we'll call them planets, and I increase the magnetic field and shrink because therefore it pulls closer to itself. You know, the field brings itself in. Well, that gradient will pull all the stars or all the planets into it, like not directly, but to a new orbit. So basically, we'd all the suns of the inner solar system would just go whoop. Like if the sun changed power, we would all change orbit. Is what I'm trying to say. That's how powerful it is, because gravity has nothing to do with, it doesn't really care about, gravity is one thing, but electromagnetism doesn't care about your gravity. Like all you're good for is starting the car. Like you just basically drop
through with this.
Well, I don't know what would happen if it was pulled in. Things could really have gotten, like, whole new orbits could be changed, because suddenly you're now much closer to each other and swinging around each other, and that whole thing could be indicative of that, and we could learn a lot from that. Like, to, you know, that's what I mean. I don't necessarily believe in the theory because I don't necessarily understand it all. It would be premature for me to judge, but just the advantages you can get out of it just by looking at things that way would be interesting.
Well, you could also put into this, which we haven't mentioned, is, you know, the idea of the Birkeland current, and that we're within a Birkeland current. So
I definitely believe that.
The position that we are within the Birkeland current can also be a big effect.
I think that's
on all these.
Oh, go ahead, Greg. Sorry, you want to go. I'm sorry. All right. Let's definitely talk later then, Greg. I would really love to do it again. All right. Well, love to you all then.
All right, chaps. All the best.
See you, Nick.
See you in a bit.
Good chat. Nice meeting you, Nick.
Bye.
Sorry, I was a little late getting to the video, and that will conclude tonight live stream. I'm sorry, I've just been sick. I went bowling with my friend Chaz and his friend, and he was coughing, and he gave it to me, and I gave it to the whole house. Then I caught it again, Either that it was a different cold, because I've had 2 colds in the last 4 weeks. But with my condition, I decided to wait 10 more days because I'm taking ivermectin, and I got a couple other things too. I'm trying to figure this DMSO stuff out, but I'm having a hard time figuring it out. But once we get past 10 days, which is coming, we're going to go and get some x-rays and do a PET test and see exactly where I stand, and then I can draw a better conclusion on what to do. The swelling in my tongue has gone down, but it's not completely gone. As you can tell, I sound like I'm drunk when I talk. It really bothers me. I hate the sound of my voice, and I want this to get fixed so that I can go back to making new material again. I was embarrassed of it for a long time, but I just decided to tell the truth. It's the best thing to do. I really do appreciate you guys, coming, tuning in, and watching the reruns. And I promise I will make new material soon. Yes, ginger tea is very good. E-self, sorry if I don't pronounce that right. I have ginger tea extract. I have green tea extract. Hey Nick, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I remember that chat that we did. Jamalama, good to see you. Sean Hammer, alright. I haven't seen you in a while, bud. What's up? It's good to see you. Strange Days, there you are. Eric Dollar is an interesting subject, isn't he? I enjoy him too. Jay Grain, the Shockwave is here. Oh yeah, he said something about somebody coming on. I wanted to talk to him about it and forgot. I'll have to get back to him. Shane Walker. Is that the same Shane Walker from The Walking Dead? I watched that whole series with my son. That was something else. Woo! What a crazy show. Orfeo Tresilla. And Epoch Winter. Oh, okay, so Neil was here. Yeah, I played a little chat with Neil and Nick. It's good to see you, Nick. I'm glad to see you're here. Donald Wages. Alright, Epoch Winter. I said that already. Good to see you, Don. And I think that's about it from what I see. But I just wanted to say goodnight, and I'll be back next week, and I'll tell you about my experience. I'm probably most likely going to end up going on Friday. I'm not going to have any surgery or anything until after Easter, because my daughter is coming back home from college for a few days, And I've had this horrible cold that just won't let go. But for some reason, I feel a lot better today. I got some rest last night. And I was power watching The Walking Dead with my son, but we just finished it. And, he was sick with me, so that was kind of strange. But we're both getting better now. So I just wanted to thank you for joining me. Frank, good to see you, buddy. Water Picker. I'm feeling better, yeah. And that was my son, Greg Hunt. That's Nick, my partner from England. And I didn't see Andy here tonight. I did speak to him yesterday, though, so he's doing good. I just wanted to say goodnight, and I'll be back on Saturday, most likely. I'd like to do it on Saturdays. If I can't do it on Saturday, I do it on Sundays. But this thing is coming through a head, and we're going to finally eventually get, I've been trying to beat it my way. Because honestly, I don't believe that chemotherapy and radiation is the answer. I think it kills people. I mean, just look at how many people die from the radiation itself. It destroys your immune system. How can something that destroys your immune system be the cure? I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it, and I still don't believe it. But if my options come down to that or death, I don't know. I'm going to have to really make some serious decisions soon. But I'm still hanging in there. I'm still swinging. I feel great. I walk 4 miles a day. I eat good. I take a lot of supplements, and I'm battling it as hard with everything that I know. I've been going for 2 years now. So we're going to be finding out soon. I'm just telling you because you're always interested to know. So I don't want anybody to wonder. But I thank you so much. I got a couple donations. I can't remember who it was right offhand. But I really would like to thank you for it. I'll thank you by email. I don't get many these days. So if you can help the cause in any way, that would really be appreciated. Buy me a cup of coffee or something. And other than that, I'll see you next Saturday. I'm going to try to do a new talk with some of the guys and have that to present for you. If you can get past my voice. I don't know if I can, but I'll try for you. Alright, I love you. Take care and have a good week. Have a blessed week. I'll see you this weekend. I'm sorry that I was late this week. I just didn't feel well last night at all. Thank you very much. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Love. Take care. See you on down the road. Over and out.